Dear God, hello! Welcome! You may have noticed some new things. You may have noticed some new things going on here. Like my new starting soon thingamaboobers that I made myself. With the help of a new program I use, which is great. It helps a lot with posing and stuff like that, so I don't have to use Spheroid Studio anymore to do all my poses and shit, which takes an eternity. Now I have like all these extra things and toggles and stuff like that, and it looks really good with all these extra effects and all this other shit. It's so nice. Gotta go downtown and eat some ass. What? Sorry, my brain's talking again in weird ways. Oh no, is TikTok gonna attack me again for saying that this time? Could you imagine? I wouldn't be fucking surprised. They're really badly biased. They're so biased, in fact, that if I even said that, like, the way that I did, even in the joking manner, there's a chance that they'll just take down the live just because they feel like it. I'm waiting for TikTok to kind of show me the live, unless it actually did go down again. But I wouldn't know until I see it on my fucking screen! Can I get to the live? Thank you. Every time I try to go to my own live, it just refuses to show me it. Lol. Hello, Kaiju! I got you 1.2k. Hell yeah, that's pretty cool. Big powerhouse of stream. Also, looks like a comic book to me. It's got that aesthetic. It's supposed to be kind of anime inspired and like very much my punk aesthetic. Like I'm a punk, like an asshole aesthetic. This is my style. But that's not all. I've got plenty of extra. No. Fucking come here. Come here. God damn you. There you go. Jesus. Okay, let's get started. So first things first, notice. Check this out. What's up? You like that? You like that? That's pretty good, right? That's pretty cool, right? This is some sick ass shit, right? It's supposed to be like one of those old school anime, like, you know, like transition screens, you know what I mean? Where they would be like Gurren Lagann. And then it would be like Gurren Lagann. That type of shit. Yeah, I fuck with that. And that was from so giving you like this cool little info screen and stuff like that. It's just, I thought it was a fun idea. So every time I now go into the thingamaboober, right? And I go in and I do the thing now. That's what shows up. I got a BRB screen, so check it out. There's only gonna... obviously... Gurren Lagann. This is my Be Right Back. That's my minion. Leafy Draconic. A demon dragon. A little too excited. Being an annoying fucking motherfucker. Isn't that cool? So if you're wondering why I'm so late, I said I was going to be here early, right? I was going to do a way earlier stream. I lied. I got really invested in actually learning how to use this program to just build a bunch of random shit. Because, again, my creative juices were flowing, and I was like, fuck it, let's build some stuff. So I did that. And I built this. It's pretty cool, right? I'll fuck with this. It's just really fun. 2K, let's go! I made all this with my models and stuff like that, using the program so that I can actually build up some stuff, and it was really nice. It's a very fun thing, and like it's just really goofy. It fits the aesthetic. I got one more, but that only happens during the end of the stream, so you have to wait to the very end of the stream to see the final one. So in the meantime, transition again! We're back! Welcome back to Game Grumps. Just kidding. Welcome back to Palworld. Well, really, just welcome back to this screen. I played Palworld in the past. Haven't played it in a very long time. Also, did you guys, everybody else on the TikTok side and the YouTube side, you guys haven't gotten, ow. Sorry. I have chipped teeth because I have so, at least I know that tooth is still alive. That hurt. I bit too hard. I clacked my teeth. That hurt. Ow. So, I'm unable to pay, like, 15K for, like, all that shit. That's how much I had to pay for my dental rework, and now my teeth are, my crowns and stuff like that are all fucking chipped really badly. Even worse than they were before. So it's gonna probably cost me, like, 5K or more. I'll probably get all my teeth all fixed up. And that's if they don't have to do any extra shit. So hello, Anthony. Welcome. So, on the YouTube side, there's a thumbnail for YouTube. For YouTube streams. And you guys won't get to see it, so I want to show it to you guys. Because I have to make a YouTube thumbnail every single time I do stuff, right? This thing will help me make so many new YouTube thumbnails, because I can even add GLB files now, which is super helpful. Let me tell you, GLB files are dope as fuck. I'm allowed to now use GLB files to add as, like, props and stuff like that, so it's so cool, because check it out. So that's the thumbnail. It's pretty good, right? With the new stuff, I'm really excited to start making thumbnails and shit, like, here was another thing I used while I was testing out the program. This is what I made while testing out the program. Like, it's very rudimentary, but as you can see, like, I managed to make, like, you know, like a fun little like a little image of all the characters I've created in my little verse. The angel me, the Leafy, my assistant, quote unquote. If I could animate, if I can get, like, her to be, like, you know, robotic, like, she could talk for chat and stuff like that, like, she'll relay chat messages for me and stuff like that. If I can get all that stuff done, that'd be pretty cool. So she could be on stream and stuff like that. I think that'd be kind of cool. So hopefully I could start, I might be able to eventually do that type of stuff. I have some other things I also worked on, like, as, like, a test. Let's see. Let's see. I need a video of it, because it's a video. It's not really like a video, but it's like a video. Ah, my eyes. Ah. Ah. My eyes. Yeah. My eyes are itchy sometimes. Ooga booga! Stupid dog! You made me look bad! So, this is the little image that I worked on as my very first test to the program to see what it's capable of. Because I was just doing about... Ah, fuck, get the hair out of me. It's alright, I got itchy eyes. My allergies are kicking in. I got allergies, got eye allergies. Like, the whole thing is super fun. Dollar, what I need. I need a dollar, that's what I need. Fago! Welcome! And arigatou gozaimasu for the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Isn't it cool? Is this so cool? Oh yeah, also hello Glingus, welcome. I guess, you are at 3K now. Oh, hell yeah. Now we're getting super big and super... inflated. No, not inflation, no! My eye, sorry. I'm gonna be jittering all around. For anybody that hasn't seen it, check this out. I'll first go to the stream starting soon. And that's my stream starting soon page. Pretty cool. And then we got our... Gurren Lagann. Our, be right back. Which I thought was really goofy. I'm just, like, annoyed at my assistant for just bugging the shit out of me because she's supposed to be, like, this she's supposed to be, like, just, like, very energetic. That's, like, her personality. Should try making... I could. It's just that I fucking love doing this. It's so funny. It's so fun. I might actually take Sunday off. Well, I'm gonna take Sunday off because, again, that's my day off anyways. To probably do some work with this program and see if I can maybe do something fun with it. Again, right now it's very limited of what I can availably do, but that doesn't mean there isn't a whole lot I can't do. This thing has so much potential, and it's really good, and I'm super excited to use it. There's so much stuff going on here. Like, all of the different things you could do. And, like, the BRB screen just looks really nice. It's very fun. It's very eccentric. You kind of get, like, a feel for, like, what's going on. Like, the characters feel like, you know, stuff. It's just funny. And my character just being hella annoyed that this bitch just won't stop annoying me. She's like, hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 what are you doing? Hey, what? Hello? Hey, just, it's like Naruto and Sasuke. It's funny. Because my job, I'm Satan. In my lore, I am Satan. Let me just get back to the gaming page. In gaming lore, right, or in my story's lore, right, I'm Satan. Not by choice, but by force. So, obviously, like, I have, like, so much to do and stuff like that, right? like I got so much work, and you know, and like there's just so many components and pieces, and like, yeah, I'm busy doing all this stuff, being Satan, and I have an assistant who's part dragon, so they're like a demon dragon. Time to start. Out! What the? My boat! My iPad! The towers are the key! The tree holds the truth. And the truth is your mom is gay. I have leveled up to level 3 because I have updated the shit. I have changed some settings just to make it convenient for myself. I treat this game more like a fun little thing to do versus being like this really, you know, like I gotta take it all seriously and make a challenge. Technology. We have technology. A bed. Another bed. A thingy. And a thingy. And also a thingy. Fuck my eye, man. Ah. Why only on stream, dog? Like, I'm not even kidding you. My eye was perfectly fine all day today. And then all of a sudden I start streaming and my eye just gets irritated. Am I allergic to stream? The fuck? A stick. I've leveled up. Another stick. A stick. Hi. Yo. Well, it's been a while since I've seen anybody wash up here by these stinking pals. This island is a living hell. The people I came with aren't with us any longer. Those damn pals ain't every one of them. You'd best be careful. Here, take some basic supplies. You'll need them. There we go. Just something simple. Simple and clean is the way that I do my thing. God, why? My eye! Why is my eye gotta be like a bitch right now? Row, 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 row. Row, 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 row. Row, row, row. I got the Palopedia. Row. Psh. Shut up, cat. I'll enhance myself. I will enhance my working speed. And my weight. What the fuck? What are you doing up here? Leave me now! Oh no, it's a grass dragon type. Donk. Donk. I wanna beat some ass with this stick, dog. That's what's gonna happen. Give me this. I've got a stick now! You've unlocked stick. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Is this Pal World? Oh! Yes. Also, my eye is still fucking horrifically itchy. Ah! Leave me alone. I'm gonna go flush out my eyeball real quick. I'll be right back. So let me put some music on as well, since that's gonna be awkwardly fucking silent. Of something. Let's see, what could be a good... Oh no, the music stopped. Oh, never mind. The music stopped. Gotta get the music in my brain cause I can't see straight cause I'm fucking high as fuck. I don't really know, but I'm really fucking high. Wake me up downtown. Wake me up downtown cause I don't know where I'm going cause I remember nothing. Nothing is even the same when you think the same when nothing's the same. I don't know what I said, but it sounds redundant as fuck. I don't know where the fuck I'm even going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why the fuck am I counting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Fuck it, I don't even know anymore. I'm high as fuck. I'm just kidding. My eye's just itchy and I don't know why, but I'm eye itchy as fuck, yo. Got that eye itch. Itchy motherfucking eye. Itchy fucking eye. Itchy fucking eye. Alright, shut up. I like how I always tell myself to shut the fuck up. Nicely done. 4K, that's a lot. That's crazy. That's crazy style, Dio. Crazy style, Dio. I forgot to open up Discord. LOL. My eye! It's not as itchy. I put water in my eye, like I kind of flushed out my eye legitimately. I got a little bit better. A little bit. Still kind of itchy, but I think my eye was just irritated. I think something, probably some dust or something fell in my eye and it was irritating it. So flushing it out was the right choice. Also, want to hear something funny?
My fingers. Why are they balls?
My fingers. Why are they balls? Whoosh! Oh, it's so funny. Crazy style, Dio! Crazy style, Dio! I love Henya. I love Henya. I have like a lot of VTubers I really enjoy. Crazy style, Dio. Crazy style, Dio. Alright, well, stone spear. And a feed box. And a ranch. And a plantation. And this. Fire arrows. I'm gonna beat the shit out of this fucking cat. I see you. Hey!
Get your fucking grubby ass over here.
What the hell is that? Get your bitch ass over here. No, come here. Come here. Come here. Where you running? Where you running? Where you running? Come here. You fucking stupid cat. Stop running. Stop running. Where are you running? No, get back here. Why are you running? Come here. Go! I'll fucking kill you! I'll be faster than you. Just you watch. Just you watch. Beat your fucking ass. It took me so long to beat your ass. Die! 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 Now you're dead, bitch! Mission unlocked. Or complete. Da-da-da-da! I did it! Beat their fucking ass, this is what's gonna happen. Die, Tristan! You want some of this? I'm gonna beat your I'm gonna beat your ass! Woo! It's a big guy! What? Chicken! Die! 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 Take You'll never win! I'll kill all of you! Come here. I need the point. I want more attack power. I see you, chicken! Ah, yeah! Ah, yeah! Ah, ah, ah. Did you just beat a chicken to death with a stick? Yeah. I killed the chicken with a stick. He's dead now. The hell is that? Oh, okay, good. Glad that didn't show up on the thing. A bat! Definitely that. And definitely that. Alright, that does about it. Fucking sheep. Die! Stop looking happy! There is no happiness! There's no anger but mine! Die like your brother! Explore a little bigger base. Is that just a recolored Cereal Edge in the thumbnail? Power is ambitious, with some of their off-brand things. To be fair, Cereal Edge is just a discount Pokemon. Or, Digimon, excuse me, not Pokemon. It's Pokemon, but it's just Digimon. Like, that one's clearly just a Digimon. You could literally put, like, Cereal Edge and Armarouge in, like, fucking Digimon, and it would not look out of place. Like, Pokemon has been stealing from Digimon for a very long time. There are just some designs that you can just tell and ideas that are coming from Digimon that they took. Also, Palworld hasn't really taken anything. I mean, there's a few that they have, clear as day, that feels a little too close to something. For the most part, their game is completely different. And I think a lot of people forget about that, how different they really are. It's like, yeah, they got pals, but one thing is that they're more towards Digimon than anything, because these creatures don't evolve. They don't evolve into a new thing at reaching a high tier level. They're just what they are. And people go, well, this looks like Piplup, and it's like, it's a penguin? And this one looks like King Dedede. That's not even fucking Pokemon. People always get that kind of misconstrued. And I hate things like gacha games that steal complete assets and stuff like that. Like Genshin Impact stealing directly from, like, what's it called? I can't fucking put my finger on it. Ah, that's my train of thought. Never mind. Stuff. Like, I don't know. Wait, did Digimon come before Pokemon? Not really sure about that. That one I'm not sure about. I always upgrade my work speed. Meow! Shut up! Shut up, cat! Before I beat some sense into you. What you looking at? What the fuck you looking at, huh? You want some of this too? Taste! Later, nerd. Stole your shit. What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? Nothing. That's what. You know where I usually build my base is up there. Like, at least one of my first bases is also all the way up there. Just because it's like a very particular... It's difficult for enemies to get up there. And so they have a hard time. Of course, it's just right at the start, so that makes it not that convenient. But it prevents raids from happening pretty easily. I always pick spots that are just... What the fuck? Just raid difficult. Oh, look, another guy. What's he doing here? If you ever get stuck somewhere and you can't move, you could always use the respawn option. You'll drop your equipment, but you'll instantly return to your base. Might be worth a try. It's just Ark, but more cartoonish, and with Pokemon says Digimon. It's like, yeah, I feel like people forget that the developers of this game literally wanted to build something that they wanted to play. That was the first and foremost thing that they did. Come here. Come here. Come here. What fucking... beat their ass. But, yeah, I mean, like, they wanted to build a game that they wanted to play, and they were... You can tell their inspirations, like, Ark. There's a lot of Ark inspiration. It's not exactly Ark, obviously. And it's not... And hell, Ark had capturing creatures in it. You could do that exact thing, just not in the exact way you do it here. So, you could tell the inspirations where they got their stuff from, and that's normal. They built a game around stuff that they wanted to do and made it their own. Makes sense. That's why I don't really like people constantly being like, well, it's just all these other games. Because it's like, yeah, it's inspired by those particular games and was made to be the game it is. Is it great? Nah. Is it a good game? Yeah, fucking course it is. It's a very fun game. And people that just rip on it for no fucking reason always confuse me. Because I'm just sitting there and I'm like, how do you rip on something without even... And it's like Pokemon Shield, you know what I mean? I've seen the images where it's like Genshin Impact characters meant to be based off of the real-life race of people with darker skin, and their skin is lighter than the one meme, pharaohs, and also image comparison, color. Arcs quite literally have Pokeballs. They're just not called that. There, exactly. Right there. It's like, again, it's the exact thing. You can shoot a gun in this. Completely rip off of Doom. No! Oh, you're right. It's time, Doom. It's time for Bethesda to sue. Oh, we should have realized it wasn't Nintendo that was the danger. It was the Doom Slayer. I got a frag grenade. Fuck the stupid cat. Die! Yeah, I fucking missed. Fucking die! Sucker! All right. Technology. We have technology. No! Hot spring. Sandbags. Time to build. Donk. No! No! I threw it. I didn't mean to throw it. I hit the wrong button thinking about a different game. I thought of a completely different game and my brain broke. No! I would like some clothes, please. I do not want to be naked. Should have weapons and a respawn mechanic. Ah! It's so cold. It was too cold. I would like to build a pickaxe, please. Can I build a campfire? Campfire? Yes. I need... Perfect. People always treat Terraria like 2D Minecraft, even though Terraria was made before Minecraft. Was it? Was it? Minecraft came out long ago. (2011). Okay, let's see. The initial release date for Windows was 2011. The game has since been released to numerous platforms with different dates for each, such as the Xbox 360 in 2003. No, Terraria is not older than Minecraft. Minecraft was first released in 2009, while Terraria was released in 2011. Minecraft was initially released on May 12th, 2009 as a public alpha, and was full released was in November of 2011. While Terraria was released in May 2016 of 2011. So the original beta release that came out for Minecraft was in 2009. So the original Minecraft game that was first released by the guy himself. If I remember correctly, he made it because he did make an alpha. Like, basically an older variant of the game. And officially May 17th of 2009 for Minecraft. That is the official, actual, legitimate time it came out. Minecraft was first publicly released in 2009, but it was officially fully released in 2011. So they came out in the same year. If they were both fully released, they came out in the same year. But during a publicly released variant, which is when it was first truly released, would be 2009. When it was very janky, very weird, very strange. I do remember that, because I remember playing the oldest version. I was like, I swear to God, I played that shit way earlier than 2000, like, 11. And I was right, it was the public alpha version that you could have played in 2009. Yes, there was basically, imagine there was like Notch releasing a public alpha of like Minecraft, and people could play that, which was very popular. And then he started working on that game over time and eventually released it in 2011, which then officially kind of got more recognized by 2012. You know, by YouTubers and whatnot and all that other stuff. But it was released in 2009. If you're talking about initial release of when the game was, like, released to the public. Because betas and alphas do count as, if they're, like, particularly betas. And, like, when they're, you know, stuff like that. I think it was just because, at the time, like, Minecraft was just so popular that whenever somebody else did something that was related to Minecraft, for example, people just automatically pointed the finger and said, oh, you're just copying. Oh, that's just a copy of this or that, and that's not necessarily true. People always like to jump the gun before they actually think, before they talk, you know? They'll just say whatever's at the top of their head. Because Terraria is its own game, and a lot of Terraria's inspiration was Final Fantasy. Like, early Final Fantasy. That's not a speculation. A lot of their heavy inspiration came from Final... That's why so many of the gimmicks that you get are very Final Fantasy inspired. While trying to be more survival-ish. They both had their own game plans of what they wanted to do. They didn't... Neither one of them copied one another. They all did their own thing. Which is respectable. Also... True nugget. Arigatou gozaimasu. We're following on the tiki-taki. No. Up. Alright, so. I now have a pickaxe. Yeah. Digging a hole and digging a hole and digging a hole and digging a hole. Perfect. Should put some music on. Let's put some nice music on to kind of give us a good mood, you know? Give us a taste of all the good shit. Ba 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 da ba da ba da boo da 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 dee da 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 doo da 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 dee da 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 doo. Dino Blade? What the hell is that? That sounds awesome. It's a dinosaur with a blade? That sounds awesome as fuck. Sorry, I distracted myself immediately. I saw something cool and I was like, oh, but I want to do that. That sounds awesome. A dinosaur with a sword? That sounds awesome. Is it just me or whenever, like, even if the completionist was lying, so the completionist talked about a bunch of stuff, but I also don't believe Carl Jobst. Carl Jobst basically lied to everybody on the internet about what he was doing with the whole lawsuit thing, lost the lawsuit, embarrassed himself, and so he's kind of just untrustworthy, so I really don't believe a word he says, because he's been proven absolutely fucking wrong. And as rude as that may sound, it's like, you had the trust of everybody, and you lost it. Like, don't be fucking surprised when people just don't give a shit about what the fuck you have to say anymore. I need an axe. Did I make an axe? I don't remember. Did I make an axe? I did not make an axe. I am now going to punch the shit. Wait, stick. Stick. I almost punched the shit out of this tree. I need more stick. One more stick. Ha! Huh! Ha! Ha! Huh! It's fucking Kingdom Hearts ass. He only lost it because the judge was an idiot, though. No, he didn't. He lost it because he lied. He literally lied about what the lawsuit was about. The legal system wasn't perfect, but it had nothing to, the lawsuit had nothing to do with what he said it was. That's a fact. That part's a fact. That's why Carl Jobs lost. He lied to everybody about what the lawsuit was really about. He used it as he had like this whole moral grandstanding way of handling it about what he was the thing, and it was a complete opposite of what, not even anywhere near what it was actually about. That's why he lost. By the jurisdiction of the law, he lost because he had nothing. Not to mention the constant... And when you think about it for a second, the constant talking on, you know, and stuff. It's like, yeah, of course the Billy Mitchell. Billy Mitchell won. He shouldn't have. No one likes Billy Mitchell. We do know that he cheated. We do know that, but it wasn't about cheating. It wasn't about him cheating. It wasn't about him being defamatory. In a particular sense. Like he normally does. He actually lost that lawsuit, not... And everybody knows this. He lost... Let's see if I can find it. Yes, Carl Jobs lost a defamation lawsuit filed by Billy Mitchell. The Australian court ordered Jobs to pay $350,000 in damages after finding that Carl Jobs' videos defamed Mitchell, specifically by implying that he was responsible for another YouTuber's suicide. Right there. That's what that was. That's what it was. Yeah. So the thing that he claimed it was that Carl Jobs was being sued because he said that he was cheating, which is how he got all the videos that he did, and trying to prove that they were cheating. But Billy Mitchell sued him for defamation because Jobs in his videos implied that he was responsible for a YouTuber's suicide, which would be very, very, very bad if your career was found that you were antagonizing a human being that led them to killing themselves. That's what the lawsuit was about. He lied to us. He lost the lawsuit not because of anything but him not informing us about the truth. In fact, most of us would have been on his side if he just told us the fucking truth. Because Billy Mitchell is still an asshole. He still shouldn't have necessarily won that lawsuit, because it's still stupid. But again, by jurisdiction, the court did rule correctly. If they give it to Jobs, it would have been incorrect. It would have been against the full system. Just been bad. Even Internet Archivists even talked about how he ruined his own reputation because of the shit that he did. It was stupid. He's an idiot. Jobs just was an idiot and didn't do the right thing. He even, I believe he apologized to everybody for lying to us. Also, hello, Nikki. Welcome, welcome. After the verdict, Jobs stated that he was sorry for not being more transparent with his audience about specific reasons for the lawsuit. Yep, as I thought, I knew he apologized. But the thing was that he didn't withheld information about the thing. He completely turned the story in a completely opposite direction. It was about Billy Mitchell being a cheater and that he was being sued because he accused Billy Mitchell of cheating, and that's why Billy Mitchell lawsuited him. Why he brought up all the evidence on that particular matter, but it was because he was being accused of causing a person's death. Thus, those two things do not equivalate. So all the things that he was giving us was just incorrect. He expressed regret on relying on inaccurate information, which he later retracted. However, he also faced backlash for initially downplaying the severity of the accusations in his videos. Which the accusations of the suicide thing, which is where people found that information, I'm pretty sure. And due to the judgment, Karst filed for a voluntary bankruptcy in May of 2025 as he was unable to cover the total cost of debt, which estimated to exceed $1.5 million. What? How did he get up there? That part makes no sense. That part feels weird. He was awarded a particular amount of money. I think that part got wrong. Mitchell's defamatory lawsuit was against Jobs was unrelated to the legitimacy of his Donkey Kong score. Rather, Mitchell sued because I found somebody talking about it. Mitchell sued because he was alleged Jobs' 2001 video implied that Mitchell's prior lawsuit against another YouTuber, Benjamin Apollo Legend Smith, resulted in the latter having to pay out $1 million in damages and contributed to Smith taking his own life in 2020. It also reportedly suggested that Mitchell had expressed joy at the thought of Smith's suicide. Calling him a cheater, fair. Blaming him for suicide, ridiculous slander. You got me. Yep, that's basically what happened. It was an open and shut case from the start. The same context, Billy's team focused on Karst's allegations that he caused the YouTuber to end his own life. The cheating allegations was never the focus of the defamation lawsuit. Jobst lied and made his audience believe that it was about the cheating allegations and got thousands to fund from them. So yeah, Jobst basically turned the tables and switched the narrative so that people would fund the lawsuit against him so that he can pay out that thing. Essentially, even if that wasn't his true intentions, it comes off as very bad when you do that. So that's why he got in trouble. He was being stupid. To this day, he will forever be an idiot in my eyes because, again, like, let's be real. How the hell do you do the thing you just did? And you just came out the gate swinging. Huh. Came out the gate swinging in the completely worst way possible. That sucks for everybody involved. All the people's money that you wasted. All the time. I cannot even begin to, like, think or describe to you how fucked that must feel for people to, like, have given him money, essentially, to do what he did. You know? It must suck. Even I was on his side at first, and then, you know, and I was still speculative. You know, because I was like, is this really what the lawsuit's about? And lo and behold, that tiny little suspicion that I still had in the back of my mind was right, at least. At least I wasn't wrong about that. So I knew something was off. It just sucks. Because it just goes to show that even the best of YouTubers that you put your wholehearted faith into and trust still finds a way to be the asshole in that situation. Still finds a way to be a bad person. Power to the big holy in 2025. Holy. Hello, Chase. Boy. Oh, you mean these boobs? The boob. Look at them. Did you see them clap? Whoosh. They're like, whoop. Hell yeah, brother. Woo! Woo! Watch out. You might get hit by the fent. Pocket fent. Take that. A woman. Oh, are you an adventurer? Perfect timing! Could you deliver this special dish to a nearby settlement for me? Give it a super dependable looking one you could recognize. Why would I take it myself? Well, this smells so good that the pals keep swarming me, and I can't get anywhere near the place. So please, I'm counting on you. Squirrel! Egg! I should ask somebody if they would like to join. There's a particular person that I should ask. There we go. Hello, Slow Lazy Sloth. Welcome, welcome. On the YouTube side. I thought I played Power World recently because I've been kind of having that itch to play something. Also, I never said anything, but sticker doodle doot dude. Welcome. And hello. Since I never said that, I was just so preoccupied with all the conversations we were talking about. I never got to greet you. Oops. I'm a bad streamer. Give me that wooden gate. Yeah, look at all that good shit. What a wonderful day. You couldn't even tell this hair is red. All right. Maybe I should make a bow. That'd probably be smart. But also I should probably make, like, the PAL box. Probably. Perfect. The Global PAL Station. You know what? I'll put you, like, right here. Perfect. Shut up. I have a lot of... I've grinded a lot. Shut up. I told you, I've named them Serial Edge. Shut up. Do you know how hard it was to get one with Legendary, World, fucking Lord of the Underworld, and Musclehead all at the same time without a single negative down buff? Do you know how difficult that was? Very! That was not easy. I'm fucking bullshitting trying to capture this motherfucker. Like, got the fucking motherfucking butt. Bro, I died at least 17 times trying to get this one bitch. I was so pissed. I was like, ah! Look at all my cool guys. Can I put them back in there? I guess I can. Huh, cool. Well, oh, I can just recopy their DNA back over. That's cool. This is my rock dude. He's not very good, but he's cool. I like him. Also, these guys feel like Digimon. I like these guys. I like this guy. He's really cool. If that wasn't already apparent, because I called him Omnimon, by the way. I called him Omnimon. Shush you. I'm a fan of Digimon. Leave me alone. I prefer Digimon over Pokemon. I've always been, though. I mean, buffalo wing cheese curds and drinking a white monster. Hell yeah. W game? Hell yeah. Look, it's my friend. It's my best friend. He likes to break things. I'll take that, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. He's my best friend. W stream, W game, W food. Hello, rat. Address rat. I get it. I am a rat. Well, I'm a shark. I'm a shark demon. I'm also Satan. But I was born in the year of the rat. Hey, God, giving me so much shit. Thank you, friend. Huh? Nani? Serial Edge! Attack! Get up! That was unnecessary. God damn! Dead already? Good job, buddy. That's my friend. I take them across all the land. And yes, I focus on a work speed more than anything else. Work speed is very important. We'll need a statue of power. Did I just do a fucking twirl with my hammer? Doop. Let's see. We need... Well, I don't need this, but... I mean, technically... But not really? But technically? What's going on over there? Oh shit, they're fighting! Wars, 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 wars. Why no window? Shut up. Oh wait, sorry, hold on. Here we go. It's the best I can do for you right now, buddy. Thank you. Thank you. Up. Is that a merchant? You need a roof over your head, idiot! I don't want a roof over my head. I sleep. Cock-a-doodle-doo! Who did that? I'm gonna kill you. What the hell do you want? Hi! I've got a lineup of pals eager to work with you, buddy. Sure. What the hell? Its name is Rudy! Why does it thing look like it came out of My Little Pony? I don't have the money for that. I don't even know what... I got the money for that shit. Perfect. I need more wood. Speaking of, there they are. Perfect. I have leveled up. Thank you. Sirlich, how you doing on food? You're hungrier, and I haven't even used it yet. You know the thing you do with your ears when you're stimming, like when there's a bunch of people talking, and you pluck your ears and you do it multiple times, like yeah, that's what my brain just did with that. It's probably really fucking annoying for everybody else. It's like stop! Stop doing that! Fuck! No. Egg. Good job, but oh my god, Jesus. Ah! I can make a feeding bag, yes! Alright. How about I make some eggs? Eggs. Perfect. Get away from me! There we go. Good job, bud. Oh my god, Jesus. Sirlich, chill. Thank you. gonna have you come back for a little bit. Got plenty of wood now. It's time for me to, let's see, let's build this spear. And then let's build this bow. Perfect. And then let's come here real quick. Who else can I grab from my team? Let's see. Straight dark type. Dark normal type. Urgh. Urgh. Oh, sorry. Wrong thing. Hey-ya! That guy was always a pain in the ass to get. You are fucking huge. I remember when I first found that thing. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. I remember when I first found that motherfucker. Thank you. The speed at which I go, the speed at which I go, the speed at which I do this thing, I hit this fucking shit. Almost done. Thanks for showing up at the last 2 seconds, but appreciate it. It produced 93 fucking arrows. Bitch, I think not. I did that. Let's add some more increase to our weight. Why am I singing that? I don't even know why. Alright, let's do that. Some of that. What the hell is that? A fishing? There's fishing now? Hell yeah. Human power generator. Efficiency continues the most like efficiency is low and the pals are working here will experience a decrease in sand value, but they will gain experience. Oh, okay. Maybe some wheat? PAL Expedition Station. This facility allows PALs to be sent on an expedition to places like dungeons. The dispatch PALs engage in battles and gather items and bringing them back as resources to the base. Oh, that's cool. I like that. That sounds awesome. defensive walls, please. We have technology. You know what? I'm gonna take you out for dinner, and then you get health insurance. I wish I had health insurance. Do you know how many medical bills I have to pay? A lot. I have so many medical bills to pay. I'm a sickly motherfucker. I'm surprised I ain't dead yet. Like this chicken. Like this chicken. Holy shit, that wasn't necessary! And you're going back, right back to just pick it. You picked up the corpse of the chicken on the way out! That's so fucked up! That is so fucked up! Was like, yeah, I'm gonna pick up this chicken's corpse. We need a worker. Look at that thing. We need a worker type. Somebody that'll do work. But what work to do? Oh, 1 second. I got a message. Sorry, I just wanted to, message him back. Get in the ball! Perfect. Oh, ferocious. We have technology! A cooking pot. That could be nice. Whoa. Let's see, what else? Look at all this extra stuff. Oh, what's this? Fast about to let you carry an additional item. Oh. Oh, plasma cannon. Ooh, energy gun. Ooh, charge rifle. Ooh, exotic ball. I mean, exotic sphere. Flamethrower. I want that. Hello, Sidetrack. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, and arigatou gozaimasu for following on the TikTok side. Just looking through all this shit. Oh, a sword! What are you doing in my base, you motherfucker? You hit my property! Ow! Get him! That's right. Get off my property! Thank you. Stupid lava! Let's see. Sure. Let's do that. Okay. I need more berries and more wood. Wooden ingot. Could you give me some wood, please? Thank you. I'm only good at kindling, so I gotta go find another one who can do more thing. Do I have one that can do thing while I'm here? And I don't mind doing thing? Not really. Furnoose. It's Furnoose time. That sounds fucked up. Thank you. There we go. For monkey! Just subscribed on the YouTube. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Skrrr. Do-da-do-do. Good job! Donk. 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 And donk. Perfect. Don't have anything at the moment. Is my bow broken? My bow's broken. What can I build? I need a better... I need a high quality workbench requires so many extra things. If I could infinitely get stone and stuff. Okay. Time for... Hi, Tommy. Explodes. Tommy, no! Oh, Tommy's dead. I need more wood. Do you get the reference? I guess not. Nope. There's a Tommy in it. I don't watch that guy. I should check to see how you are. Sorry. Stimming. Again. I don't know who Mr. Pickle... Oh. Never mind. Almost said I didn't know who that was, and then it clicked in my brain almost instantaneously. This is Rugrats. That's from Rugrats. Mr. Pickles is from Rugrats. What type of person would I be if I didn't know who Tommy Pickles is and Dill Pickle? The Rugrats. I like the Rugrats. I know Rugrats. Tommy Pickles. I don't know who that is. Oh no, I'm out of building materials. So many building materials. Up. Sleep. I don't know. How'd you get in here? It's like half, double the size of me. Well, technically this is fine. I don't need to go too hard. Mainly that side is where probably the danger will be. The worst defenses of all time. I could slip through these cracks right here. I guess not, because I can't. Yeah. My spear! Yum. Perfect. Wind Diamond! First things first. The fuck is that? Is it a TV show or something? I looked up Mr. Pickles and all I just see is this really weird show I've never seen. It's got 7.3 out of 10 though. Is that a dog just absolutely just doing abomination things? Well, okay then. That's a show. Was not expecting that at all. Interesting. Do with the boobers. Oh. I'm gonna grab your face. That's the second one for free. My hair's all over the face and I move really fast. I'm fast as fuck now. I ate your burrito. I ate your chips. They're my chips now. Your chips are mine. There we go. Perfecto mundo. We are here. We are just vibing and existing for a while. Whoop, there it is. Let's hope that works. It did! Up. Fire! We just vibing and chilling. Having a good time. Ba da 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 da. Da 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 da. Oh my god! There's so much shit. Perfect. Ah, it's not what I wanted at all. Thank you. Yeah, perfect. 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 Also, for anybody that hasn't seen it yet, I have a whole bunch of new things I've made myself. Whenever I transition to things, like my starting soon page. That's my starting soon page. It's pretty good. That's my BRB page. Which is very fun. Good job, buddy. Oh my god, so many rocks. You guys won't see that, but... Also, it's a good time to BRB anyways, because I want to go grab food. So quickly, go grab some food. Hopefully, with this new system, I can make new emotes potentially with my model, which would be pretty cool. I think I'll try that. So I think that'll be fun. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some food. I now have food. I bit myself. I tried to eat myself. And welcome back! What is up, Gamerinos? Oh my god, that's so much shit. Oh my god, that's so much shit. Eh? All right, I decreased all the weight. Forgot about that. Perfect. Also, hello, Gizmo. Welcome, welcome. Perfect. We just vibing. I've got a bologna and cheese sandwich. Or I did. Yeah. I think the mayo expired. It didn't smell bad, but was it supposed to expire till next year? Man, I just wasted bologna. I'm angry. Now I'm angry. Now I gotta go get more food. Because the fucking mayo was bad. The mayo. It can't go bad so early. Am I too close? How the hell did I get this? How the hell did I get so big on the screen randomly? What type of technology should I build now? This thing's fucking huge! Dear fucking god! I didn't think it was gonna be that big. I did not think it was gonna be that fucking big. Shit, it's the size of a goddamn motherfucking skyscraper. It's a chill. It's more of a chill world here. Oops, I put that backwards. Oops. Oops. Heavyweight module. Equip this to make the sphere heavier, reducing its range but increasing its capture power. Cool. Boosh, 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 boosh. I have made this my base of operation. Oh, you're a new face. Don't tell me, an outsider. Not that it matters to me. Now you're on the island. Why not try to catch some pals and get yourself some extra EXP for capturing up to 12 of the same type? You know what they say. Pal tamers get stronger the more pals they capture. Here, take this. Hope it helps you. Cool. Ah. Ooh, what's this? Oh, clothing schematics. For... Clothing schematics... For something I already have. No, not that. Here, let me help. We'll get it together. So we can pick up these rocks. This thing. Thank you. Schematics have higher base stats. Oh. But I've got clothes on. Stab. 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 I wonder where he put his base operations, if he even has one yet. technology. The Ring of Mercy. A hip lantern? That would be useful. Dimensional PAL storage. Antique dresser. The homeward thundercloud transports you to the nearby base. Ooh. Large feeding bag. Ore mining. Lock picking tools. Single shot. Small pouch. Anti-gravity belt. The Meowmere Tides of Terraria. According to legend, this sword was brought back from a dimension land by Croajaro. Why? Have no idea. Fires a bouncing cat projectile that's with each swing to attack enemies. Oh, that sounds cool. Summoning altar. To summon powerful pals to your base. Adequate caution and battle readiness is paramount. Ability glasses. Glasses used to discern the hidden abilities. Displays health, attack, and defense stats on a scale of 0 to 100. Ooh. Am I gonna be able to carry all this? Well, I did lower the weight category, so probably. I lowered the weight category, but I didn't think it would drop it to 0. Nah, whatever. No skin off my back. I hated it anyways. I want to casually play. My Wind Dragmon stats increased, but trust increased by 1? He trusts me a little bit? How? When? Why? Is it because I fed you? He's like, I trust you now. Hmm. La 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 la. They're coming for me! Oh my god, that's a horde! Look, it's a swarm! Whoa! Bro, it's a pack of little guys! Look at a pack of little guys! That is not necessary. They're a pack of small guys. They're a little pack of small guys. Go for it anyways. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. He got stuck. That was not necessary. That was not necessary. But it was funny. La 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 la. Alright, back to it. Look at all that ore. So much ore. So I got like 2 legendaries, slightly unbalanced. I take this one wherever I go. This is my favorite pal, by the way. I love this aesthetic. I love them. I love... Pretty sure I got 3 legendaries. I think Lunala also counts as a legendary, so I think they have 3. But that's the point of the PAL box. You can take your pals everywhere you go, no matter what level you're at. I just like having my friend with me. It's always good to have a friend. Especially if they're this fucking overpowered. I wonder what's around. There's a tower right there. Oh, cool. Up. Oh yeah! I'm coming. Perfect. Thank you. Up. Do 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 do. Na 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 na. What the fuck are you doing? Don't just spam that. And we have to report you because there could be something suspicious. You don't just lead a Discord. That's dangerous. For all I know, you could have pedophilia on your fucking shit, dog. And that's no good. There we go. Perfect. Just disgusting. I'll probably report their Discord server too at that point. I know my audience was not, well, on TikTok, YouTube, or any other place, I know they're not going to just click on random Discord links to just places. Like, check out the Discord, join my Discord. It's like, ugh. I'm not an advertisement or a billboard for your stuff. If you can't develop your own community, like, at all, and I mean this, if you cannot develop your own community via just being a creator or content creator or anything else, and your first instinct, right, is to spam other people's stuff because you can't figure out your own shit, whether it's just because you're lazy, whether you don't have the right equipment, whether you think you deserve it but aren't getting the recognition that you quote-unquote deserve, none of that fucking matters. If you start spamming other people's shit, all the people see is just a bot, a scammer. Hell, for all we know, you could just be having, again, like I said, you could have some form of, like, criminal activity going on, something illegal, for all I know. And I'm not gonna just let people advertise their stuff, because that's just disgusting. It's like, when you start seeing other people as nothing more than a billboard for your stuff, you've already lost the plot, and you don't deserve any, like, any recognition your way. Like, it's just not gonna happen. You don't deserve the placement you were in. You don't get to have the freedom of choice and feeling like a sense of community when you can't build it yourself. If you need others to build that for you, basically, just to be able to feel validated or to get what you want, you've lost so much of the plot so fast. Because, in general, what you do for that, right, is that you build yourself on a false sense of community. You try to absorb other people's communities thinking that, oh, that'll be an easy target. There are people out there curious. They might just click my link. Because all you need is just one person to click on that Discord link and join your Discord. Because that's your plan, is to at least try to get one sucker, quote-unquote, into your Discord, and you've already won in your eyes. You've leached something off of somebody else because you can't build it yourself. If you can't build a community on your own, you can't decide to how that fucking works. If you can't, like, it's the same reason why I hate V-tweeters, right? And if you don't know what a V-tweeter is, I'm not surprised, because it's basically Twitter equivalent of Twitter, but they pretend to be a VTuber, essentially. They have the quote-unquote perks of a VTuber, being ambiguous and has, like, a model, quote-unquote. They don't really have anything. They don't make content. They don't make content. They don't actually, like, stream. They don't do none of that shit. all they do is sit there and tweet about how every other VTuber that does do content, Shy Lily, Iron Mouse, Giga, Chibidoki, Doki Bird, and plenty of other people, essentially, who are getting popular, right? Via their own hard work. And all they do on Twitter is complain that they aren't getting this, they aren't getting that. They call people Nazis, they call people this, they call people that. They call them racist, they say this, they say that. They say whatever the fuck gets them clicks so that they can get popular and get more Twitter followers. But they don't work for it. They want the money, they want the recognition, they want the power and the fame, but they don't want to work for anything at all. And the fact that I had to use the word power is exactly the problem with VTweeters, is they want power. There's no power in being a VTuber. You have influence, for sure. And that influence, you need to use responsibly. Right? Because something I could say, if somebody took my words as gospel, could turn into a very dangerous situation. This is why I always tell people to look it up and, you know, do the research yourself, because you don't know if I would be just making some shit up. You'll never know if I've just made everything up, right? No one knows. And it's one of the most important parts that I think a lot of dumb people on multiple platforms, it's not just TikTok that we just saw that, right? They were spamming essentially a Discord link like 70, 80 different times. So they copy and pasted their link and started spamming it in hopes that they could quickly get it before I did anything. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, what are you, stupid? They get reported, they'll just make a new account and they'll do it again. Like, usually. So they were just spamming their Discord link, trying to basically get someone to click on their link and, you know, obviously get somebody for all that shit. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? It's awkward, is what I'm saying. When you spam a bunch of shit, it just shows that you have no number one, you have no self-confidence in yourself. You don't care about anything but one thing and one thing only: fame and fortune, because that's all that it'll ever be. And on top of that, just spamming a Discord link is suspicious as hell, because it could be a phishing link, it could just be your Discord, and for all we know, your Discord could be full of things that are unmoderated, because if you're so willing to add people to your Discord to have a big Discord community or whatever, right? I don't trust you to not be able to identify who's in your Discord and who's not. Right? For all I know, you could have several PDF files in your fucking thing, and you none the wiser, or give a shit. Severely, you know, leading people into severe danger. Oh, sorry. Hold on. And that's kind of my point, is that when you start spamming that link so often, so many times, what's to say you didn't... Do you really monitor your Discord? You don't. That's the thing. Those types of people don't monitor their shit, and we know they don't. It's really fucking apparent. So it is a detriment. It is very dangerous. That much is clear as hell. And it's the interesting part, right? When we start to realize that there are people out here potentially, you know, doing this type of shit, trying to be scam artists, trying to get fame and fortune where they don't deserve that fame and fortune. There's a high chance that underneath those cracks, there's actually a hidden, there's a hidden component to that. You know what I mean? There's a hidden crack. Something is definitely going wrong in those Discord servers, I can guarantee you. There's a high chance that in those Discord servers of theirs, there are people unmoderated, there are people of all ages, there are people that are most likely being led into traps, being, potentially severe legal actions and stuff like that, and all you're gonna do is just become infamous, and you're just gonna look like an idiot. That's it. You'll just look like a big old fucking idiot at that point. Cause, like, what else can I fucking say about, like, you and your, like, oh, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, blah, 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 blah. And it's just annoying to me, in particular, because it just shows a lack of fucking empathy, it shows a lack of fucking care, it shows a lack of drive to do anything. I sit here and I work on the stuff that I did. It took me multiple hours to make all of the things that I made. All those, like, the stream starting soon, the transition slides between fucking things, the BRB and my ending screen and all that stuff. I worked on that for hours. I dedicated myself to that. I like editing. I love content creation. I loved sitting here and yapping like a motherfucker. That's because I have a genuine passion for that shit. And when people like that come in here and they just act like content creation and becoming like a VTuber, becoming a content creator or whatever is the easiest thing in the world, when it isn't at all easy. It took me multiple years to be able to get to the point where I'm at now. It's not easy. It's never going to just be easy. It's just not how it works. And all these people trying to say that it is because of blah, 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 and this and that and whatever the fuck, based off of all these other things that they could easily be like, well, It's like, because, again, look at the top, like, YouTubers, or, like Twitch streamers right now, like, or at the time, and probably still now, right? A lot of them are view-botting, right? That's not an understatement. Most of them are view-botting. Because, like, again, Twitch only cares about the number, like, how many people on Twitch can probably find me in general, and how much are they willing to scroll all the way to the bottom of the page, essentially, to find some, like, VTuber and stuff like that. Oh, no, they did. They tried. Technically, all they did now is just fuck with the lurkers. Because if you didn't know, if you lurk for too long, Twitch can count you as a bot, by the way, which has happened multiple times. And they never fixed that problem. And a lot of the view-botting websites just basically said, yeah, we fixed it, and now you can view-bot again, essentially. So a lot of people are still view-botting. It never solved the problem. They just Band-Aid fixed it and hope to God they get some kudos points. That's it. They just wanted some kudos points. And that's all they went for. It didn't really solve anything. Hell, keep in mind that right now, there is a woman who sexually assaulted 2 men. 2 men. And I want that to be fucking dead-ass clear. 2 men. One of them is my boy, Disguised Toast. And I'm fucking pissed. Because I love that man. And she, at first, only got a single day ban. And then she got a week ban because people got pissed. And people are still pissed because she committed a crime on stream to 2 men and trying to downplay it and make fun of people for basically being mad that she committed a crime. It pisses me the fuck off. That's the type of levels of shit that is why I hate content creators at the top of the field. They're almost all like, not really almost all of them, there's a good chunk of them that are like that. Like an unhealthy chunk of these dudes are like this. I am cold. Oh. Life load is stamina load is. Ah! So laggy in here. You think it'd be less laggy? Get clocked, motherfucker! Whoops. Jesus! That was unnecessary! Why must we annihilate them? We just said, yeah, actually, fuck that guy in particular. Bro got... Sorry, bro. I was gonna try to capture you, but hey, sorry. My bad. My guy's just better. He's just better. Good job, dude. Spirit fire! Perfect. That they were going to, and then they didn't, and then they realized the bots just make them money as well. No, it wasn't that the bots made them money and they knew that it was making them money, because it doesn't. The bots don't make them money at all. People have a misconception. Excuse me, sorry, that's not a wait. That spike was loud. People have a misconception about these bots. They don't watch ads. These people, they don't actually make ad revenue from that stuff. because they're not actually watching anything. They don't sit down. Some bots do. Now, some people pay for more exclusively better bots, though. And those bots actually do watch the ads. And they can physically watch those ads. But most people tend to buy those cheap-ass ones that don't really technically, like, they exist, but they're like, again. So, some of them, like, the higher tier, like, YouTubers and streamers, the people that are on that platform, yes, technically, they do. 100%. Make ad revenue, which is also just a scam to the ad revenue companies. And if the ad revenue companies just decide, yo, we're done with your shit, what the fuck is this garbage? Like, if they wanted to, they could legitimately just say, no, no, no. No, no, no. We don't like that. No, no, no. No, no, no. And I'm sure they would, given the right circumstance. Lead it down their door for a second. Because let me tell you, they're not... Some of them do get ads, and while the Twitch shouldn't, and they know they shouldn't, be relying on that. Because they're not making money, and their ad sponsors aren't making money. The only person making money are the streamers. For the ones that actually have afforded the actual thingamaboober, essentially. Like, it's weird, because, like, some people, you'll notice they don't really make that much money through their ads. There are a few people out there that legitimately do. There's this one lady who basically, at one point, had, like, 1,000 plus or something like that viewers, and all she did was just replay old live streams she did on loop 24/7, and so that she could infinitely make basically a money glitch, where she could make so much money by literally doing nothing. And she loses a 90% of, like, of her audience that was sat there. Because they were bots. And then she goes, now, I'm pretty sure nowadays she's probably back up to full again. There's nothing stopping them. Unless Twitch literally has to start handing out lawsuits at this point against bot makers. Because it is costing them money. And it's bad for their business. Image-wise and profit-wise. They just don't win. It's kind of hilarious when you realize that they don't win in any capacity here. Keeping the bots is dangerous. And trying to get rid of the bots is a pain in the ass and costly. They're in a lose-lose situation and they just keep fucking losing. TwitchCon was awful. In general. The Emeru situation was even shittier. And then here comes Mitskiff being an absolute fucking dunderfuck. Like I thought he was. Like the absolute loser he is. Continuing to be the loser that he is. And now he's trying to sue Emeru and like shit tons of people. I think Emeru, Asmin, OTK, and a bunch of other shit. For defamation in particular. And I'm like, this dude... Are you fucking stupid? Are you just fucking stupid? Because I swear to God you are. There is no way you think that a defamation lawsuit is gonna do you any fucking good here. Are you crazy? It puts you at the top of the stage to start with, and you get better rates and perks with a larger audience. Yep. By being at the top of the stage, you're basically right in front and center for anybody that's scrolling. Anybody that's looking for somebody to watch, right? Why watch a one-view Andy when you can watch Asmongold? Why watch a one-view Andy when you can watch Iron Mouse, right? That's kind of the consensus in Twitch themselves have led. And so by being on the front page or being on the top of the leaderboards, essentially, even if you didn't earn your way up there, allows you to potentially earn your way into that spot. It gives you free reign to do whatever the fuck you quote-unquote want. And don't know better... And companies that don't know better will pay you to promote shit. Exactly. And people that don't know that that shit's view-botted, they'll be none the wiser, and then they get their money stolen. As they advertise products to non-real people. If I was a company and I knew that 60-70% of like of people in your audience aren't real, I'd be fucking furious. It's never not gonna not be funny. I gotta run for my life. Oh! But again, I think it just sucks because Twitch is such a bad platformer for people brand new to streaming. I do not recommend just streaming to Twitch if you're brand new to streaming. Like, at all. It's just not a healthy place for you to be. It's just funny because they'll have thousands of viewers and their chats is just barely... Exactly! That's the first sign you'll know that something is wrong. Is their chat is barely fucking moving for the average amount that they're perceiving. Like, somebody with 2,000 views and they have, like, 6 or 7 people moving in chat, it just looks weird. Oh, sorry. My God, why do you all have the death beam of doom? They all have the death... They all have death beam! They literally legitimately just all have the one thing. Like, special beam cannon! Stop! It's very easy to tell 2,000 viewer chat and a 2,000 viewer chat. Exactly. You can tell the difference between an illegitimate community and a non-legitimate community. And it just makes it awkward because, again, they just don't care. Most of them don't even hide it anymore because it's just not worth it because they can still make... Some of them can still make fuck tons of money through these fake bots. Not all of them can. Not all of them do that because some of them buy cheap bots so that they can try to bolster their numbers and get real viewers. That's kind of what they do. And it's disgusting, it's sad, and it's just... Again, what can we do? it's ridiculous. I hate it. I hate it so much because, again, I have so many people I know personally that are very awesome, like, content creators or streamers. A good example is Ickpunk, Always Vain, and, Kelsey Razzle. They are all very great streamers. Even though I haven't talked to two of them in a very long time, you know, probably because I don't know. I'm gonna say what I speculate is probably the issue. Either I said something accidentally on stream one time when we were collaborating that just didn't vibe well with them and they just wanted to, like, distance themselves from that, or B, my opinion on Kirk. For those of you who don't know, Kirk, he's the guy that basically used to debate people and had, like, a very strange kind of opinion on veterans, trans people, etc., very heavily Christian, got shot, and unfortunately his life was taken away from him. Unfortunately, very sad. I don't care that I don't agree with him, and I don't like him as a human being, like, as a person, but he did not deserve to die, and that was my opinion, and I feel like maybe they didn't like that opinion. I don't know. I'm speculating at this point. I could be wrong. Did you have to hit them with the nuke? Don't look at me with that goofy face before I put you in a ball. Like, for reference, Krelly, her chat is consistent and fast. That's another thing. Yeah, Krelly is one of my favorite streamers. Like, I have a lot of favorite streamers, but, like, as in, like, a lot of Oshis, but like, they're all, like, her chat moves at a very consistent pace. Nags21 is another good example of somebody who's got a decent number, and their numbers reflect exactly what you expect it to be. You know what I mean? The most inoffensive and normally opinion on Kirk you could possibly have. Exactly! That's what I mean! It's not that crazy! There are so many fucking people out there, I kid you the fuck not. There are so many people on, like, Blue Sky and shit that said, like, you're not trans, or you're this, or you're not that. Dude, there was this one black guy, okay, who had the same opinion as me, right? And I remember this story because it was the wackest of shit, okay? And he literally had the same opinion as me. It's like, I don't agree with him. I don't like him as a person. I think he did some fucked up shit. Sure. Did he deserve to die? No. No human being. My consensus about people dying is we as other human beings are not the dictators of who gets to live and die. Me as a random person, I don't get to choose the person I dislike getting to die or not. That's not my fucking choice. If they commit a crime, I'd rather watch them go to jail and take severe punishment because, or stuff like that. Well, the system isn't good. It's like, okay. I'm not gonna become the angel of death because that's called some people actually have this problem known as angel of death syndrome. What the fuck is that? Essentially what angel of death syndrome is essentially you feel like you are like the judge of life and death. The angel of death is the angel who comes down to bestow death upon individuals that are deemed to have to die. You know, it's their time to go. The Grim Reaper, if you will. And it's a syndrome where people believe so hard that they have the right to do these things because it is destined for them to do so. They're the judge, jury, and executioner type of deal. Exactly. They're the people that think that they should be allowed to do that. They think that in their head, they're mentally fucking ill, they're disgusting pigs, and they're fucked up in the head, so they think that killing somebody is the right, justified way to stop something, the greater evil. And in my head, no. Did we not learn anything from people in history? One of my favorite lessons, the person I take so much inspiration from for why, as a trans individual, I work so hard at being passive and try to help people who don't know and learn, and just, like, if they have questions. Like, there's this guy who did not agree with me But I said, like, it's okay not to agree with me. As long as you're not an asshole, I don't care. You can be here, you know, don't be rude to my community, blah, 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 blah. If you can be chill, then that's fine. If not, then, you know, either leave or I have to either ban you so that you don't make people uncomfortable. But if you have questions and you would like to learn, maybe from an insider's perspective, even if you don't get it still, to come to at least to agree to disagree, then I'm more than willing to give those things. And they sat there and we had a long conversation about these things, and we came back full circle to he still doesn't get it, but he came to the conclusion that I'm just a person and came out with a better perspective than he did originally. And that's all that mattered to me, and he stopped watching me after that, but he came and appreciated that I was willing to sit down and have a conversation instead of just being a rude motherfucker like a lot of the LGBT community is today, which is why I think a lot of them are grifters and fake-ass hoes. They don't actually care about fixing the problem, they just want to use trans as a title and a fucking fancy badge of honor and being quote-unquote different, when that's not the fucking point. And it pisses me off. I just hate people that said Kirk deserved it because the things he said, just kind of inhumane way of thinking. It's like, it's the problem is, what I'll say is, when you talk a bunch of shit, right, and you do something that a lot of people disagree with, and you start pissing a community off, am I surprised that something came out of it? No, I'm not. That's the big difference. When you talk the talk, expect people to eventually walk the walk. And as much as that sucks, that's just reality. If you think you can talk shit to somebody in a grocery store, call them slurs, call them a bunch of horrible shit, and then coax them to punch you by saying some more heinous shit, and then they go and they punch you, don't act surprised they did that. It's not surprising that something eventually came out of it, but that's the worst outcome. That's not the outcome we should be expecting. That's the outcome we hope never happens for anything. It's just not surprising. And we shouldn't treat it as a good thing. We should still treat it as a fucking horrible thing that happened. The way that it happened was fucked up. End of story. There's no reason for fucking ooh-woo furry gay boy to come out here and be doing the shit that he did. Did you hear what he wrote on his bullet casings, for fuck's sake? Bro, I got third and second-hand embarrassment from watching, just hearing what was on that shit. Bro was a fucking loser in every capacity possible. And I hope he rots in jail for the rest of his life knowing that he is a fucking loser, and I will forget it. I don't even know his name, dog. I don't even remember him other than the fact that he's got some fucking ooh-woo bullets and shit. Like, I think one of them was ooh-woo notices your bulge on the bullet casing, and I'm like, what the Bro. You're looking like an industry plant at this fucking point. For how fucking unironically stupid that looked. Fucking moron. And here's my philosophy. I don't care, okay, that, like, what people think of the guy who died, right? In the capacity of what he has done, it's fucked, right? A lot of the information, all the things that we know as people were talking, aren't great. But I'll say this: if you are if you aren't committing things like, I don't know, a particular artist from Germany, if you catch my drift, who put people in a camp and then made them disappear throughout a particular war, levels of egregious behavior, shit that is deemed inhuman as fuck, deemed as so unforgivable, that's when it's okay to be like, yeah, good. Because he's done more harm and taken more lives, essentially, right? And it's not cool. It's fucked up. End of story there. And yes, people be like, good, he's dead. It's like, but why can't we do that for people like Kirk or other people that might be in his same vein? Because, dumbass, yes, he has some shitty fucking takes. He's done some shitty fucking things, and a lot of people have done shitty things. But he's still a person. Maybe he might have been willing to listen more. Who knows? I don't know, maybe he would have listened to like a bigger, like, trans content creator if given the opportunity to have that conversation with them, right? A reasonable individual. Maybe he would have those conversations and they could actually have that debate, talk in reasonable expectation. Who knows what could have happened? Right? We don't know. I don't know what he's doing. I know that a lot of stuff he's done is fucked up, but it just doesn't make sense that killing somebody or offing them, essentially, whatever the fuck, it's unjustified in any capacity. People that do that type of shit, people that take away somebody else's life, has never lost shit. Has never felt the fucking pain of losing a loved one, has never felt the pain of the thing that they inflict. They have never truly felt loss. They have never truly felt pain in terms of, like, being ostracized. They've never truly ever hit rock bottom before. Because if you were like me, for example, somebody who has hit rock bottom, who's been essayed, who has been abused, who has been hurt by many times before, and over again, you know that you would never want to inflict that type of harm onto somebody ever. Because you realize that trying to inflict pain or death or whatever the fuck onto other people doesn't solve the problem. And it has never solved the problem. Speaking of before, I didn't mention who I was inspired by. His name is Martin Luther fucking King. Yeah, remember him? Remember the guy that you learn in school? Remember the guy that basically fought for the rights of many people? So they could live average lives and be treated like human beings. Not lesser, but to be treated as an equal. He fought for equality amongst men and women. Right? People forget. I respect what he did passively, and you can't imagine how it must have been so painful to not want to throw hands every so often, want to raise your fists when somebody's at you. Because in the end of the day, Martin Luther King wasn't a saint. He was a man who wanted to make a change. A real change. Real change. Not Kirk fake-ass changes. Not debating college students about random shit. Not some random fucking charity, because anybody can do that. It's the scary and sad part. To, like, make themselves look better. You can't fight the ideas with violence either. Strike down one hardcore conversation master debater, bro, and then 10 more will pop up. Exactly. It's like a Hydra. You fucking cut one head off of the Hydra, and then it'll grow 2 more. It doesn't solve the problem. Violence doesn't solve problems. I used to be a kid. When I grew up... I used to be a kid who grew up doing that exact thing. Violence. Through hands. I beat people that I did not like. Because I was afraid of being beat up again. I got stuffed into a trash can full of sharp pencils and kicked into a lake while the thing was sealed up at my middle school. Pencils jabbed in me. And thankfully, that damn trash can didn't go all the way into the lake, because that could have been murder if I could not escape. And you want to know what the teachers did? Nothing. Which is surprising when you think about it. One day, I got to have the opportunity to take martial arts classes. First, I took Taekwondo, and then move over to Muay Thai. Once I learned Muay Thai, I came back to my bullies, and I broke every single one of their bones. I was not a very good person when I was growing up, because I was full of vindictive rage growing up. I was ostracized and ridiculed because I liked anime, and I was slightly different than people. Basically, I'm neurodivergent. I now know as an adult that I'm neurodivergent, but basically I was autistic, and I was that autistic kid no one liked, essentially. I was the weird kid that was also the silent kid, and I turned and whipped around and became the kid no one wanted to hang out with anyways. Because I was, quote-unquote, dangerous and scary. And I realized something that day after taking care of them, all of them, and broke all of my pent-up rage. I realized something. I didn't feel any better. I just didn't. I didn't feel better. Nope. I felt worse. Because I was alone. Again. And instead of people coming to me and asking me if I'm okay now, no one wanted to ever talk to me. Because I was scary. And I think that's the biggest thing that people need to understand. Violence doesn't solve all of our fucking problems. Killing a person doesn't solve you fucking shit. Hurting somebody doesn't solve shit. It just enforces their need for their validation on why something doesn't need to exist. When the LGBT decided to throw up the signs of, hooray, this person is dead, you know what that did? Do you want to know what that really did to people? It reinforced everybody's on the opposite side's opinion on us. And you know what's sad from my perspective? I agree with them. As in the people that were saying like, wow, isn't this, see, I told you these people are fucked up, and I had to agree. I couldn't deny it. I couldn't vouch for anybody. All of these people acting like absolute fucking disgusting people, glorifying death, and glorifying the death of a person you just didn't like, is a scary thought. In the end of the day, imagine what that means for everything that we do. Right? Let's say that with the way that I'm saying this shit right now, right? And what I'm saying right now. Okay? Now, let's say somebody just really didn't like my opinion. And one day, I decided that I'm gonna go to my first, convention. And that person decides, now's my time to strike. And because I had an opinion that they did not agree with, they blicked me to death, essentially. They took me out. Because because I had a different opinion than them. That is the shit that people do now. That is the shit people are okay with now. That is what the president and what we have set for ourselves, for the future. That we are okay with doing that. And that's disgusting. Now, here's the other half of the other thing. I also don't agree with the other half of the community either. It really is scary how violence has become the norm, right? The other side of it, right? Like how I think it was like Trump or something like that was trying to give Kirk his own special day like Martin Luther King. And I said, no. He doesn't deserve a day. Yes, it's sad that he died, but why does he get a day like Martin Luther King or Abraham Lincoln or other people who have done real change? Who have made historical changes? Not just, I'm gonna debate some college kids. It's like, oh, but he has a charity. Okay, so does like 1,000 other people. What is the point of that? Are you gonna give all of those other charity people their own day too? You're gonna give the completionist his own day too? Cause he's got Open Hand Foundation, right? Right? You're gonna give him a day too? I'm so glad that never actually happened. Exactly, it shouldn't have happened. It was stupid to even think that that should have gone through. He doesn't deserve a day, but he also doesn't deserve to die. Simple as fucking that. People that treat death as normal and being okay with that. Like, did you hear about the story about the, there was this white lady who lost her life because of a young black lady who worked at a McDonald's, and she wasn't doing her job during, I believe, like, the busy hour of McDonald's. And so she wasn't really doing her job, essentially, and she was told to go home. Which is fucking fair, right? If you're not doing your job, and you get reprimanded for not doing your job and are told to go home because you are refusing to listen to reason, you're a boss. The person who is in charge of you, it doesn't matter the color of your skin. That's your boss. Unless they're actively being racist, you bring that up to higher tier management. You don't take that shit into your own hands. You don't pull out a knife and just go to town on a woman. And then try to justify it and use the she was a white lady as an excuse. You don't do that. You devalue everything that Martin Luther King fought for you. Which, again, he's one of my biggest inspirations and is the reason why I absolutely do not like people that try to ruin the lives of their own people. Why do you think I am so frustrated with the LGBT community in general, right? Because they're actively hurting themselves because they want to be some sort of anime protagonist. They want to be special, they want to be cool, they want to be epic as fuck. They want to be the best of the best. They want to be important, special, remembered throughout time and history, or something. Because they never got daddy's love or mommy's love. They never got the opportunity to be the famous kid. They never got to be the cool kid growing up. Bitch, neither did the fuck I. And I don't give a shit. I just don't. I like being me. I learned. I got to grow up. All these people out here in the LGBT community, all acting like fuckheads and like saying like trans is the superior race. You lost the fucking plot. You're a fucking hoe. You're fake as fuck. And I'm gonna call you fake as fuck. And I'll say it right now, there are a lot of trans people who aren't actually trans. They've transitioned, don't get me wrong. But they didn't do it because they felt deep in their heart they needed to. They did it because they wanted to be different. They saw trans as popular, new, shiny ways to get famous and popular, and devalued the struggles that everybody goes through by doing this. My voice is one of the biggest contentions for people. People hate my voice. They go, oh, you're a man, you know? And I could do vocal training if I really wanted to, right? But I like my voice. I do. And I think it's disgusting that there are so many fucking fake-ass hoes who do fake-ass shit, who lie all the fucking time, pretend like they're really there in it, with the struggles, but then they demand shit. They scream at people. They do all this fucking horrible shit demanding people make changes. You don't get to demand change from people. You don't get to have those... You don't get to have that. You can't force anybody to do anything. No, not at all. You can't force shit on anybody. What you can do is what I do, essentially. That's just to sit there, do your best to explain what you can. And if they don't want to listen, you walk away and you move the fuck on. It's not worth your time. It's not worth their time. You can't change the minds of somebody who doesn't want to accept change. I had to learn that about one of my ex-boyfriends, by the way. He was the sweetest man. I loved him with all of my heart, okay? He was the sweetest. He was a Russian boy. I loved him so much. He was super chill, super sweet, very goofy. I loved him a lot. And it was hard to let go. He was very abusive, verbally, physically, and did an actual crime. And it took me years to get over that. This is why I love neurodivergent people. They don't say what they're meant to say. They say what they think is right. That is a big thing. I've noticed that about a lot of my friends. I have 2 friends that are neurodivergent, and we all have the same consensus. We sometimes fucking butt heads because our opinions just don't align sometimes. But that just gives us hours of conversation pieces. I don't like sugarcoating shit. I don't like doing that. I think it's just stupid. Why would I sugarcoat something to you just because you don't want to hear it? If you don't want to hear it, then that just means you don't want to change. That means that you're trying to avoid, like, taking accountability or hearing the truth. You don't want to feel the sting and the burn that hurts your soul. Because you know what you're feeling is guilt. You're feeling your conscience kicking in and telling you you're being an idiot. And that's the biggest fucking thing. I think that a lot of times, you should pay attention to who you are as a person. You know? Learn, grow, be a better person. If a neurodivergent dipshit like me can grow up and be more mature than, like, 90% of the internet right now, then I know that I'm like, what is everybody else's excuse? Like, what is your excuse? You don't get one. That's the funny part. You either act like the asshole you are and are just unapologetically an asshole, and you know what? I respect that. If you're just an unapologetic asshole, then go for it. I'm not gonna stop you. Live your best fucking life, dog. I'm legitimately just not gonna give a shit. Until you personally affect my life, I don't care. Do your thing. Like, if, like, some person came up to me and started trying to attack me and stuff like that, that's affecting my personal life, dog. I gotta do something about that. You know? But that's kind of where the consensus is for me. And where it'll always be. Because, like, again, when it comes to, like, being a streamer, or being a content creator, or being a person on the internet, or whatever the fuck, you have to think. You have a lot of, like, moments where you have to just say stuff. And sometimes I speak with, like, my chest, with my heart. I don't speak with my brain, I speak with my heart sometimes. And that can get me in severe trouble. Sometimes stuff I say could just absolutely not be appropriate. You know? But if I don't communicate to you what the problem is, if I don't communicate to the world what the issues are, what's going the fuck on, you're just gonna, you, me, and everybody else around us will never know what the real issues are. Or if there ever was an issue. I think there's a Lucky near you, maybe. No, I think that's just the portal. I think that's just the portal. I'm gonna get out of here, though. We should get out of here first. But yeah, I mean, again... That noisy drive, it's just the portal. Yeah, it's just the portal. But again, I just really want to reiterate that it's so much more than the sum of your parts, you know? The word of the day that I will put down for people is a thing called nuance. If you don't have nuance or understand nuance, you will never truly understand shit. Right? Because, again, it's not just black and white. It's not just wrong or right. It's not good and bad. It's not any of that shit. There's so much more to like, details. Like, again, with that ex-boyfriend that I had, right? There were things that I could have done better. I could have communicated better. I could have been a better, like, you know, girlfriend. I could have done more. And I know that I could have done more. But I did a lot. It was a one-sided ordeal a lot of the time. To be made out to be the only problem in that entire relationship, to be gaslit multiple times, again, is just not applicable, acceptable. You know, in order to grow, you have to make flaws, you have to fail, you have to fuck up. You have to have flaws, you have to fuck up, you have to learn from those fuck ups, you have to grow, you have to develop. There's a lot you have to do. When you are a person on anything, just a human being, you need to understand and learn from all the mistakes you make. It's okay to make mistakes. I feel like that's the first thing people have issues with, is like, oh, it's not okay to make a mistake. How? Like, people just aren't okay with making mistakes. And I think that's where the big drawing line is. That just kind of helps us kind of understand where a lot of problems start. Is it's an ego thing. It's a, I can't be wrong. It's they're afraid to make mistakes. It's a lot of those things. If someone says they never made a mistake, I'm being so for real, I would not think that they were human. Right, everybody has to make a mistake at some point in their life. There's no way you don't make a mistake at any point in your life. It's just impossible. It can't happen. Everybody makes a mistake in their life. Everyone makes mistakes. And that's normal. And that's okay. It just sucks that the average, like, the average person doesn't acknowledge those things. They don't want to grow. They just want the recognition. That's the same problem with, like, you know, with the internet and stuff like that, with like streamers and content creators, a lot of them just try to get as famous as famous as they, they're just trying to be famous as fuck. They want that popularity, they want the fame, they want the fortune, they want everything that comes along with it without working for it, without the learning, the growing, the understanding of what it means to be in it. They don't want to be in it, they want it. They want the money. They want the popularity. They want, well, everything else. They just don't want to work for it. It's not easy to be a content creator. It's not easy to do these things. It's not easy being a human being, for fuck's sake. It's never been easy. I don't think. It's, like, legitimately something that you just need to think about. And, like, alongside all of that stuff, right, with the whole thing with Kirk and all those other things and all that stuff, is that in the end of the day, the biggest issue that I have in general, and why it's so hard to, like, connect with people, is you don't really know a person. Because most, if not all people, well, not really all people, again, most people, truly, legitimately, just most people tend to put on a mask. They hide underneath a mask to secure themselves because they're insecure. This allows them to feel the ability to continue to do what they do, even when they should just admit to themselves that they need to stop what they're doing and take a break. They'd be like, I shouldn't be doing this. I should be taking a break. I should be doing this. I should be doing that. I shouldn't be doing any of the things that I'm doing right now. I should actually try to do something else with my life. But they don't. They never do that. They'll never do that. It's impossible for them to do that. Because in order to do that, they have to come to terms with who they are as a person, and they're too afraid to do that. Also, hello, Demon X. Welcome, welcome. They're just too afraid to exist. They're too afraid to make those steps to being a decent human being. And I'll tell you guys a quick, a story, essentially, of how, what, to give you kind of an example of you don't know somebody until, until their mask slips off type of moment. Because you'll get to know who a real person is when their mask slips off, because you'll catch them acting completely different to who they are that you see on the surface. It doesn't just happen on streaming and YouTubing and stuff like that. It happens in real life all the time, on your Discord group friends and all these other things. You truly don't know a person until they let their guard down. And that's why I, as a person myself, who never really has those walls purposely put up to be fake, but just I have trust issues, obviously, duh, because I've been hurt multiple times, right, in existence. I've been hit by so much bullshit over time. People taking advantage of me, people for my money, people for when I had money, to the point that I had no money, because of my ability to make models, maybe my creative flow, maybe because I'm funny. That's a big one, by the way. That is the biggest excuse people have to insult me, by the way. They try to do this backhanded insult, like, oh, we liked you because you were funny. We liked you because you were fun to hang out with. That's not a compliment. That's an insult. You didn't see me as a friend. You didn't see me as a person. You saw me as an asset. And when I no longer had that ability to be that asset, you gave up. You could not hold that mask any longer. And that sucks. And that's a horrible thing to do. Just end of story. That's just a horrible thing to do. Even if you didn't intend for it to be the case, it was nothing other than you. Like, let me tell you a story about a group of friends that some people from my past streams might know who I'm talking about, because I used to hang out with them all the time. And they were my friends, full stop. I love them with all of my heart. I respected them. I cared about them a lot. I cared about their feelings. I cared about, just so much, you know. And I made it clear that, hey, I need you guys to communicate with me if there's ever anything that might be a problem. I'm a little slow. That's the biggest problem with the neurodivergent individuals, is they kind of just don't and aren't really able to read the room, but they can read you. They can read your entire personality based off of one conversation with you, and then can kind of get a vibe off of you almost instantaneously. But that doesn't mean that they're always right about their vibes, because again, people can wear a mask and hide their true intentions. We can kind of get what you're all about, and that makes you uncomfortable. Like, we can read you like a book about all the things you don't want us to know, and that's neurodivergent people's superpower, essentially, is that they can kind of do that. I know that because I have another neurodivergent friend who's also, we had this conversation, we're both really good at that. Which scares people. We're good at directly reading into you. And these groups of friends I've known for years. At least a few of them I've known for years. I even dated one. And during those times, there was a lot of things happening, you know. Everything seemed pretty much fine on the surface. Everything was great. I've made some mistakes, right? Like, I was too open about, like, being like, haha, you know, I have a friend who, like, you know, particularly liked one of the other individuals, and I was, like, coaxing them and being like, you know, joking about it, not being serious about it, right? But, like, you know, you should talk to them, you know, see how, you know, like, just being, like, just kind of pushing that, like, envelope and making jokes, but that can come off as completely inappropriate under the wrong circumstances if taken the wrong way. And I miscommunicated that, and I owned up to that. I apologized for that when they told me, way too late, by the way, but I still apologized for that because I do, too, think that that was inappropriate, and I said, yeah, no, that's fucked up. That's my fault. I did not see that. I did not acknowledge that. That's my fault. And from then on there, that shit just stopped. I haven't done that shit ever. I pay more attention to that level of stuff, like what I'm saying, and particularly trying to kind of avoid making it sound really off. Like, am I sounding weird? I think I have to think a little bit here and there about those types of particular things. Because, again, a lot of autistic people in general, they don't really... they kind of just say what the fuck's on their head and just kind of shoot. They don't see the problem with it because, I've only acknowledged this now that I've got kind of like an inclination of what's going on. And I try proactively to avoid falling into those death traps as hard as I can. But I still will occasionally hit the wrong note. And if it becomes something, and I always let people know, it's like, hey, if it personally bothers you, please let me know. I would like to know. Communication is my biggest forte. That's the biggest thing I care about a lot. Communicate when there's a problem. Tell me when something's wrong. I'll tell you when something is wrong. And we talk it out like reasonable adults. Just because you come to me and tell me, I don't like you talking 24/7 all the time when we're streaming together. I think you're taking away from my streams. I feel like you're hogging the stream and making it all about yourself, which was, if you're wondering why that's so damn specific, it's because, yes, that has happened before. That was one of the biggest complaints from people, by the way. Particularly, like, 2 people who were doing streaming stuff. And would not let me tell them, yo, I'm just talking because I'm talking to my chat. I'm talking in general and making content because, again, that's what streaming is. You kind of have to talk, yap, do whatever. Play a game, talk, whatever. You don't always have to talk, but I'm a very talkative individual, and I will talk when I want to talk. You know, and then they were just like, you're taking away from our streams because we're all collaborating together. They're like, you're taking from our streams. You're making it all about you and you alone. And I'm like, no, that's not what that was about. I'm just doing things. I'm just having fun, talking, and, you know, being on stream. And what hurts the most about these people, right, was during a time when I played Baldur's Gate 3 vanilla, I wanted to do some modded stuff, and they just did not want to figure out how modding works, because they didn't want to do that. And, you know, I said, okay. I was like, I told them at first, I was like, hey, I can help you figure that out. It's not too complicated. I can do that. But they're like, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do any of that. You could just use the in-game one. I'm like, yeah, I could. There's just not a whole lot in the in-game one that I particularly like using right now. But if that doesn't work, then okay, we don't have to use, we could just go for the vanilla one. And, you know, I caved and I said, okay, yeah, sure. Because I didn't think it was that big a deal. Yeah, sure, I didn't like modded, or I liked modded, but, and you know, and I would like to use the stuff that I was having fun with. And, when we got into the vanilla, they all picked their classes. They all picked, like, cleric and wizard and rogue, leaving me with one role in particular because they all wanted to roll in, our own particular roles, like follow a role to keep each other alive. So I ended up picking a tank role, so I picked a class with just a greatsword, and the problem with this class is that they are very hit or miss, you know, D&D problems. And so a lot of times in the early game, I just couldn't do shit. And I started to feel really bad. I started to get annoyed. I started to get depressed because I was already in a bad mood because of a lot of other things outside of stuff. Again, I lost my job. I was struggling mentally. I had so much stuff, and that's on me at that point. And I've acknowledged that stuff is on me. But when I said, hey, you know what? I'm not enjoying this. You know, everybody, you know, like, I stopped what we were doing. I was, you know, and we stopped playing the game after we did a bunch of stuff and we ended the session there. I came back around, I started thinking about it and being like, I don't really enjoy it. I feel like I'm taking away from people's fun. I feel like it's not great. And then I went to go communicate that to all three of them and said, hey, look, I think I wasn't having a good time. I felt like I was taking away from your guys' fun and it was annoying. And so I feel like I will remove myself from the equation, go play modded on my own because I like modded and I could just have fun with the modded stuff that I can do. But I hope you guys have a lot of fun, and I apologize again for fucking that up. You know, I apologize for making a mistake that was on me because I was becoming way too frustrated and it just isn't fun. I detached myself from the situation so that they can still have fun because they could still play together. They'd have to restart, but I did it and made sure that it was super early so that they could still be able to play. Right? Okay. Now that we got that established, right? Two of them ghosted me. Okay. I was like, okay, I don't know what's going on. And then the third one, slowly but surely, was making excuses that I could clearly tell. You know how you know when your friend is trying to avoid you and you can kind of tell what they're doing? They're like, oh, I have another friend I'm hanging out with today. And you're like, oh, okay. But then they do it again. And you're like, huh, okay. And then they do it again. And be like, no, I'm just going to go do this. You know, I'm going to do that. It's like, well, you don't necessarily want to believe they're trying to do that. You get that really weird inclination because you know your friend. You spent a lot of time with them and you've hung out with them a lot. So you can kind of notice things, right? I caught on to that, and I called it out, rightfully so. I said, yo, what's going on? Is everything okay? I'm a bit worried, you know. And I tried to have, like, a conversation, and then they ghosted me. And then my boyfriend at the time, also part of that friend group, we got into a call because I was super not feeling great. I felt like everybody was ignoring me and, you know, ghosting me, and I was feeling absolutely at my worst, feeling like garbage and shit and wondering what the fuck's going on. And my boyfriend at the time basically said, no, I understand this and that, blah, 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 blah. Was trying to comfort me, quote unquote. And then when I asked, like, hey, do you mind? Because I don't know what's going on. You know, hey, this and that. You know, and I asked, like, could you maybe talk to them and see what's going on? Because I'm genuinely concerned about what's going on. And then they said, yeah, sure, I can do that. And I made it clear that I have a boundary, and I'm uncomfortable with people with communication problems. It's like, I like communication first and foremost, and if there's a problem, I like people to be honest with me. And then, them being the one to hear it directly from my mouth, recently, do you know what they did too? They ghosted me. Just like everybody else. And when I started to get more and more absolutely fucking in my head, I was mentally exhausted. I was mentally fatigued. Just the same thing twice, basically, kind of feeling the redundancy there, because that's exactly how I felt. I felt horrible. I was angry because I was like, what the fuck did I do to warrant this shit? And I said, fine, I'm done with your bullshit. I don't want to deal with this right now. I'm going to air out all my beef right the fuck now, and I'm gone. And I said, I'm going to detach from you motherfuckers, because this is unacceptable. You have broken my boundaries. You have broken my trust for the last time. This isn't the first time they've done this type of shit. They just don't want to acknowledge that it isn't the first time they've done this shit. And so, I let it all out. I beef out and say, here's all the shit that's pissing me off. Letting them know, because they don't want to have that conversation. Yeah, you had a lot of assholes in your life. In the long run, you'd probably be better off without them. At this point, yes. And so, I said that, right? And I told them all the shit. I told them all the problems that I had with them and, like, all these things. And then I left. I left the Discord server that we were in, and I moved the fuck on with my life and was streaming. And doing my thing, trying to move on. And then they guilt-tripped me, saying, like, oh, we, you know, like, how could you say that about your boyfriend? How could you say that about us in general? How could you say all these things? And all this other shit. And then later down the road, they tried to basically make excuses for a lot of their shit. My roommate and one of my good friends, Moonworks, got into a conversation with them in a call, told me about this too, about how what he basically got. And what he told me was, essentially, he confronted them about the same problem. Why are you ignoring them? Why aren't you having this conversation with them? If you and they're like, well, we made a group DM for all of us because we were afraid of them. Afraid is what they tried to use, the word afraid. And then when he brought up, why didn't you bring me or other people into this? Why didn't you ask us for our opinions? They said, well, you know, and they tried to keep making excuses like you aren't around this and that, and they kept backpedaling and changing their story, trying to avoid why they were making basically like a gossip girl back, you know, like the mean girl aesthetic, right? The mean girl Discord group to shit talk me. And then when I brought up that it felt like shit-talking, they go, no, it wasn't shit-talking. It was us trying to find a comfortable space to my face. By the way. Oh. Comfortable space, huh? You're gonna tell me that through all the years that we've been friends, and none of this has ever been a problem until just now, when I have no more money, I can't give you any more VTuber model, like, stuff properly, and I can't do anything for you right now. Weirdly suspiciously timed, by the way. I'm not accusing them of doing that. I'm just saying it's very awkward that it's a perfect time when I'm at my downest and my lowest in all of my life is when you decide to do some really fucked up shit. And they get into a call with me to air out their beef because they're like, we just want to be able to tell you how we feel, how everything is, and blah, 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 blah. You know, trying to be honest and this and stuff like that. They wanted to quote-unquote be honest. When it was way too late, right? And so, me feeling like I'm gonna throw up, I feel, and I still feel this rising tension to this day, this pain, this shakiness, this ill feeling, afraid that they're gonna find me again and be like, oh no, they're talking about it again, how dare you talk about it again, type of thing. Okay. And then they go in and they get into a conversation with all of us. I can't talk. I'm feeling way too ill. I'm gonna throw up if I start talking. So I just type. And they air out all of their grievances. And you want to know what their grievances are? What made them abandon Ghost and traumatize me over? You want to know what it was? I don't like you making a joke and using the word stupid. Like, man, you're stupid. What the hell? You know, like making those types of jokes. Me and Moonwork do that to each other all the time. We make fake arguments with each other. We're not actually angry at each other. We sound like we're angry, but we're actually just joking around, being like, oh, you're a fucking bitch, you stupid fuck. You don't even know. And then we just do that type of shit. And it's all a joke. You know. And I understand. And I get it. I wish they told me that earlier, because that wouldn't have never happened if they just told me that. The intention is not to make you feel awkward or uncomfortable. If it made you that way, you know that I would listen to you and communicate that, right? That's what they know about me. But instead, they didn't want to do that. Instead, they wanted to do everything that they did. And during this moment, that was one of the first things. Another one, which just holy fucking projection, was I felt like you asking me to play video games with you was you trying to manipulate me into playing video games with you. What? Me DMing you, hey, do you want to play this game? And you say, no, I have work today, or no, I can't right now. And I go, okay, just asking, smiley face, thumbs up, and I move on and I go ask another person. That's me manipulating you. That's me trying to coax you into playing. I just answered your DM so you knew that I saw it. That's all I did, was just to answer your DM so that you knew that I saw that. I said, cool, no problem, essentially. Asking around, because that's what I was doing. That's one of their aired grievances. Another one just lied to me in my face and said that I committed a crime. To my face. A crime I particularly have a fundamental issue with. To my face. And I sat there and I said, what the fuck do you mean? In complete shock. And we sat there and I didn't even let them try to stop me. I had that conversation. And I sat down and we proved that that was wrong. And they apologized, thankfully. But they tried to use that as ammunition as a reason why. What the fuck? That's stupid as fuck. And then they also brought up, like, you forced me to play video games with you. And I go, what? When? Where? How did I do that to you? And they couldn't bring a single example when I asked. I still apologized, by the way, because I was at my lowest and feeling like I killed their family in front of them. This is how they made me feel, by the way. Ironic when they asked me to understand how they felt. Which is ironic. And I sat there. And I sat there. And I sat there listening to this. And then my boyfriend at the time had some grievances. Okay? And told me to my face, I think you manipulated me into our relationship. What the fuck did you just say? What? When? How? Where did that fucking happen? What? He's like, and then he brings up an example of a particular thing, and I said, no, I also felt that same exact fucking feeling when we first were dating. We just never brought it up to each other. That was both of our mistakes. We should have been more concise in a relationship and said something to each other. That's also my fault for not bringing up something that made me uncomfortable. That we should have had that conversation. But instead, it was made about me. I'm the one that did it. I'm the villain. I'm the one who did all of the things to mastermind people into particular things. Most people want to make excuses because they want to believe that they didn't do anything wrong. It happens a lot. And I do mean a lot. It happens way too fucking often. And these were the types of things that were going on and on and on and on and on. And when one of them had the opportunity to talk on the floorboard, okay, they had the opportunity. This was the time they told me that they wanted to air out all their things. One of them said, nothing. I was like, humph. Basically, what they were doing was, I'm not going to tell you anything that I had a problem with you because I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of knowing what my problems were with you. And my boyfriend also, who's obviously my ex-boyfriend now, then also tried to continue to double down and triple down, saying that I was there during a crime that I committed. And I said, when, where do you have evidence of that? Because I damn would like to know when I committed this fucking problem that I clearly have issues with. And even the third party, which isn't very much of a third party when it's your significant other in the call, aka one of their basically husbands. One of the friend's husbands was in there to be the third party. Had to cut that shit off because it was getting real fucking dicey because that was 2 seconds too close to a defamation lawsuit. Because what they did was literal defamation. Accusing me of things that did not happen. Which was ironic because at one point, after all this conversation, and all I did was sit there and apologize, crying and feeling like I fucked the world up and that I hurt them more than anything in the world. And when I came full circle and realized I didn't even do anything. I did nothing. None of the problems were real problems. They were just random fucking, like, pebbles in your shoe. High school level drama, like, things. And in the end of all of that, they said to me, don't bring it up in stream. It's a personal matter. While two of them were trying to become streamers. And if you know the type of person I am, based off of what I've already talked about, you know I speak with my chest and with my heart. And I'm not letting that shit slide. They tried to hide their bullshit, and I was not gonna let any other human being who could potentially collaborate with them accidentally have to go through the shit that I did. So I talked about it anyways. And they got mad at me. And I'm like, sure, rightfully so, because you didn't want me to. And then I sat there with the conversation. I said, fine. You, the husband, came to me and we had a conversation. And we sat there and we talked. And I learned a little bit that at least one of them didn't mean to hurt me. Didn't mean it. They were mentally fucked up themselves. They acknowledged that they had problems only after the fact. Okay, after the fact. And I appreciate them coming to terms with that and us coming down to reasonable terms. And having that conversation, I made a stream to apologize to that person in particular for that particular thing. I owned up to my mistake with them in particular. Because we were able to have that conversation because there was missing context. But the rest of them, they don't get that excuse. And even then, there's still some doubt when the husband came to me and said that I could sue you for defamation. And then brought up something that I didn't even know. That entire Discord conversation we had between us, that was quote-unquote, by the way, supposed to stay between us, right? Was recorded. And he used it as a weapon. He said, I have the recording of our conversation. And I sat there and I said, oh, you do? Oh, can I see it? Because it'll prove my point about what I was talking about. And I sat there and I asked for it. Multiple times. Do you want to know his reaction? You can hear the stuttering and panic in his voice. He started to become slightly afraid. And then all of a sudden, I can't find it. To this day, I still want it. I do. I still want it. I want to review it. Because there might be a chance that I might do have to take something to court. Who knows? If I choose to. Because there's a lot of evidence of a lot of things that could lead to defamation if I truly was petty enough. And it could hurt my brand as a content creator. I could. But I wouldn't do that. But I'd still like it so that I could have that as proof and say, look, you recorded it without my acknowledgement or understanding that I know that you did that in my most vulnerable, on purpose, to use it as a weapon in case I did say something, because you knew that I potentially would, and then you used it as a weapon. If it wasn't for the fact that I was able to have that conversation and actually come to terms with at least one of them, I would have done a lot in my power to pull that video from them. I would have taken it legally to get that video so that I can potentially take them to court if they didn't get to the point that we did. Because I was uncomfortable with realizing that what they did in my most vulnerable, while they were slamming me, wouldn't let me talk, only allowed to hear and feel what they felt, like I don't understand their feelings. A person who's also an emotionate, person who cares more about people's emotions, but also still thinks logically. I speak with my heart, not my brain. So I understand people's feelings, first and foremost. Always. I've been like that for as long as I can remember. Can I say that I'm happy now than I was back then? No. I'm not, actually. I miss being able to hang out with a bunch of friends every day and hang out and stream and talk. I mean, you guys can see it when I streamed with Wolf, Paws on Paper, and Moonworks. When we played games together, like our Minecraft one, or when we played, like, Species Unknown, we were just dicking around and having a really good time. I love hanging out with people. I am a very, like, extroverted individual when I hang out with my friends. I'm very out there, outgoing, and I love hanging out with people. I wish I could still hang out with some of them. I still wish that they would apologize. But I know that's never going to happen, and I know to this day that they're probably talking shit. Some of them are. Not all of them. I know some of them are talking shit about me to this day, and telling other people about how bad of a person I was. Because that's just their headcanon. I know that. I know that to this day. Because I know them as people. I've gotten to know them very, very in-depthly. Which is why it hurt so badly. Because they tried to make me out like a bad person. Like I was a bad, not just a bad friend, but a bad human being. It took multiple people to come to me, and a therapist to come to me and tell me to my face, if you were a bad person, you wouldn't have given a shit, and you wouldn't be feeling remorse, depressed, and ill from the thought of hurting someone. You would just not care. That just goes to show that they were wrong about what they thought of you. That just goes to show they never understood you. Because if they did, they would have known the type of person I am, and the things that they said were just unfounded and untrue. Because they would have known me as a person. Yeah, the idea is like, don't say things that'll make us look bad. Don't do things that'll make you look bad. That's the end of the statement right there. Exactly. That's exactly how I felt about the whole situation. It's just like, if you don't want me to talk about it, well, you're gonna be content creators in the space that we share, and many others. And I don't want other people to be affected by the shit that was affecting me, because it was the worst thing ever. Then don't do shitty things. End of statement. I don't care. Like, I know at least one of them genuinely felt remorse. I know they felt remorse. We had a conversation between the two of us. It's why I respect them. Because they were able to be the bigger person, to be an adult in that entire room, other than obviously, like, you know, like me, who was willing to have those conversations. I could have cut them off. I could have told them, fuck off. Go ahead, sue me. I could have done that. But I was willing to have that conversation with them. And they were willing to have a conversation with me. We were willing to come to terms and at least figure something out. And I respect them for that. I'll call them out for the weird shit that they did along the way, don't get me wrong. You're not free from my criticism, as am I not of you. But I respect the fact that you were able to come back full circle and at least say something. I have them as Discord friends, but we don't talk at all. Maybe once I managed to have a conversation with them where I basically sent them a game I thought that they would enjoy. And that was it. That was the final interaction I had with them. That was it. After that, I just said, you know what? I think because my anxiety is running high, I feel ill every time I try to even think about talking to them. It's best I just get away from them. Whether they want to believe that they're toxic or not, that's not up to me. That's not up to them. That just happens. And until they can learn to be mature individuals that don't try to demand me and other people run 95% of the way, and that's a normal friendship to them, is like basically doing 95% of the friendship part, and they only need to commit 5%. Meaning, why can't you do that? Why can't you do that all the time? It's because that's not normal. As a friend, I should not expect you to go above and beyond all capabilities just for me. That's not a friend. Friends can do that. But a friendship is a mutual bond. A 50-50. And the fact that some of them couldn't even understand what that even means just really shown that we do not see eye to eye. We value different things in our friendships. I value equality in a friendship. A mutual understanding between friends. They did not. And that's just basically how it goes. The rest of them, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. For all I know, they're living their best life, which is fine. I'm not gonna say that I wish like them to have the most horrible fate ever. I generally don't. One of them's dead to me, obviously being my boyfriend at the time. That one's dead to me because you broke all my trust. You cried crocodile tears to your friends that were also my friends. Pointed the finger like I was some wicked witch of the West. So that you didn't have to take any criticism. And that everybody would be like, oh, boo-hoo, you poor baby. And then throw more shade at me because you're mad. That you don't want to take accountability and you want to play victim. That's the type of shit that you see on the internet all the time. And the reason I brought all this story up is because, again, you don't know somebody until that mask falls off. Because when they don't have a mask to hide behind anymore, the real them comes out. The real people come out. That's why I don't like to hang out with people that are fake. I don't like fake people. I don't like people pretending that they are good people or cool people when they're deep down scumbag leeches or scumbags in general, willing to throw you under the bus whenever it feels convenient. I don't like that. I will never, ever, ever like that. I don't want to surround myself in a room of, like, business transactions. I want to be in a room of friends. I want to be able to not only be able to hang out with people on stream, but off stream. Play games together off stream. Be able to hang out and just in general. Do things. Have fun. That doesn't mean that we'll always see eye to eye. I guarantee you I piss people off. God damn it, I guarantee you, there are times I get this inclination when me and Wolf are talking that I piss him off about something. When we're both talking about something. I guarantee you I piss him off about Cobblemon all the fucking time with my opinions. I saw this happen in a different streamer group. One person made one Flaxfis, and then everyone then dogpiled her. Made out her that she was always some evil mastermind for wanting to apologize. The betrayal took a good year of her life to get over. Exactly. And here's the thing. You don't get over it. You learn to live with it. Trauma and betrayal, just like loss, when you lose a beloved pet or a family member, it doesn't go away. That feeling you get lives with you. You just learn how to better cope with it, better dealing with it. And it takes time. And it's okay to relapse. It's okay to feel that burn, that pain, and talk about it. Because in the end of the day, you'll get better. You'll learn better. You'll know more, you know? And I think a lot of people need to understand that. You don't get over anything. You learn to just live with it. That's why I try so goddamn hard to never inflict that type of shit onto people. I don't want to give people everlasting trauma. I want to give people happiness. I want to build friendships. I want to build memories. I want to be a positive force. But sometimes, when you're too positive in life, you end up falling in line and connecting to a bunch of negatives. And they drag you down, and you just gotta find your way back right on up. Will it be easy to get back up? No. When it happens consistently, like it does for me, I let my walls down for people, and they immediately abuse it. I tell them, hey, I'm not comfortable with people, when you have a problem with me, you know, ignoring me, ghosting me, etc., I'm not comfortable with that. And instead of acknowledging that, people take advantage of that. They hear what my weaknesses are, and they abuse it. All the time. You let your walls down because you think you can trust this person, and they immediately abuse it. Whether it's intentional or not, it's still fucked up. You know the truth. You've been told this shit. Now's not a time for excuses. You don't get an excuse. There's no excuse in the world you can make that justifies your shitty behavior. If you just don't like a person no more, tell them, hey, I just don't think our friendship's gonna work out, dog. You think that's gonna hurt? Imagine what it's gonna hurt more when you particularly ghost them and pretend like they've never fucking existed. You move on with your life with everybody else around them that they also knew. You think that's gonna hurt less? You think that's gonna hurt less than just telling them the truth? Rip that fucking Band-Aid off. You're not doing anybody a service by pretending like they never existed. That's just more fucked up. Treating a person like they never existed, or treating them like a villain so that you can have a justified reason to leaving them, are just fucked up ways to handle anything, and it's way too fucking common nowadays. Because no one can just end a friendship normally. Like, yeah, it just didn't work out. I just don't think we really meshed very well, and, well, we just didn't see, you know, we just kind of drifted apart. It has to be some sort of fucking drama. It has to be some sort of somebody was a bad person in the friend group in order to justify not hanging out with them anymore. It has to be something. Always. And it's not just content creators or just people. Fuck it. When content creators have this issue, the chat, the community fucking starts throwing hands. And I hate that shit all the fucking time. No, there's nuance. Again, the word of the day, nuance. It's not black and white. It's not good or bad. There's more details to what's going on than just what you think it is. And for you to ignore that is pathetic. To try to demand somebody be executed, essentially, in a friend group or in a community because you just don't like them anymore. You just don't feel very connected to them anymore, and you drifted apart. You gotta find some random bunch of excuses to get rid of them. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. It's so fake and disingenuous. And it's everywhere. Like, literally everywhere. Like, remember the Takahata drama? Like how Takahata had like a bunch of shit, and then a bunch of people were saying he did a bunch of shit, and then it turns out that in that own friend group, somebody else was a manipulator and doing all the things that they accused Takahata of doing? Which now makes that entire group of people that went against Takahata seem very suspicious. Like, you really don't know a person or a group of people until it's far too late. And how so easily are people willing to just abandon people. One of the ones that pissed me the fuck off was the Quite one. If you don't know who Quite is, I fucking love Quite. I think he is an amazing content creator. I think he is a funny guy. I love his VTuber model. I love his whole ass approach to life. I love him so much. He's such a great fucking content creator. Okay. He was betrayed by everybody. He was accused of doing something he did not commit by a person who was just delusional. Who has a history of doing this shit. Trying to make up lies to get at him, while also being his #1 harasser. And when all of this was on the table, and he walked away from, you know, from the internet for a while to come together we're able to come together. He brought all his thoughts, he brought up all his evidence, and you know what he did? He took it super seriously. He, for the first time, exposed his face. No green hoodie, No medical mask, no sunglasses. Just the man behind everything. He literally and metaphorically said, I have nothing to hide. And took it all off. And showed everybody the truth. With receipts and evidence. And all he wished, after all that was said and done, was hoping that people that he used to know, that abandoned him, that he wished that they would contact him again so they can have that conversation and talk with them to hopefully be friends again. That's all he wanted. He was guilty until proven innocent, when that's the complete wrong approach. He was supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. And the internet crucified him incorrectly. And I bet so many of those fuckheads feel like absolute dumbasses now. And some of them are probably still trying to hold on to cope and pretend like they didn't do that and double and triple down to this day. And you are just always going to have that. And I hate that so much. I would love to collaborate with Quite and get to know him. If given the opportunity. Because I think we'd mesh real well. I think I could have an awesome conversation with that guy. I think he would be a fun guy to hang out with. Maybe one day when I get more, if ever, like, we go up in numbers and we become, like, you know, super popular or something. I don't know how super popular, you know, like, maybe I hit, like, partnered on Twitch or something like that. Or, like, I hit, like, 100, maybe, like, 200,000 or something, like, on YouTube or something like that. I feel like I'd be able to reach out to him a little bit more. Maybe. Because I always feel bad. I think a lot of people have this problem, too. Is that when you have low numbers, reaching out to bigger content creators feels wrong. It feels like you're leeching. Like, to me, it feels like I'm trying to leech off of them, even though that's not my intention. You know? I just really like these people, and I would love to try to collaborate with them because I think it'd be fun to hang out with them. That's usually my intention. And some people might feel the same way when they do have bigger numbers. I know this one person that rated me once, and they had like 1,000 followers, and I said, I really like them, I really vibe with them, you know, and I'd love to collaborate with them sometime, you know, and hang out, see if they would like to collaborate. And, well, they never replied, and I don't really mind it. It's fine. I know I sound like I mind it, but I don't. I really don't. Yeah, like clout chasing. Some people would see it as clout chasing. I just want to meet new people. Make friends. You live once in life. You know? I just miss those days. You know? When people could just collaborate. It didn't need to be nothing about numbers. Didn't need none of that shit. I just want to meet people and make genuine connections. I don't want a business partner. I want a friend in this space. Because I'm not gonna lie. Being here and streaming, it can be lonely sometimes. You live life once in life, and life is also not long, but not really short. It's a mix of both. Life, technically our lives are short. In the grand scheme of the universe, we have a very small lifespan. Life is short because life itself moves on even when you're dead. But we live a long life. You can live a long life. A long life that you choose. And one of my biggest dreams is to be a content creator. To be able to do this full time. because I have 3 goals. 1, it is my passion. I love to entertain. I love to yap. I love to talk. It's my favorite thing in the world. It's kind of what I'm really good at. And I would love to be able to do that. I want to make people feel better, because content creation is what saved my life when I was at my lowest. And I want to give back to the people that gave to me the ability to keep moving forward. And be that same spark in the night that creates a bright light for you to walk that dark and lonely path to the brighter horizon. Because all it takes is a spark to ignite the flame in your heart. And I want to be that guiding light for somebody. Because that's what I was given. Because I know how bad the world can feel. I understand how difficult the world can be. And how much it sucks. And just being that one thing is something I always hold to my heart. And secondarily, as I said, life is short, technically, right? Life is short. My grandparents, like my grandpa, isn't getting any younger. They're only getting older. My dad's getting older. My mom's getting older. My brother. Everybody. And I'm missing out on being able to spend time with my family. I'm very big on family. I love my family with all of my heart. Recently, my childhood dog, Abby, passed away very recently. It still hurts a lot. I could already feel like I'm gonna cry just thinking about it. Just like the tears wanting to well up immediately. I could feel them. Just thinking about like, oh yeah, she's gone. I wanted to so bad visit my mom so that I can visit her, because I knew that she did not have a whole lot of time on this earth left. I don't have money. I'm poor as fuck. I don't have a job right now. I'm trying very hard to get one, because I lost my job because of an unfair work thing that happened, where my boss tried to get me basically terminated because I was working too hard, and they basically lied, and I can't even sue them because I don't even have the money to sue that company for all the clear as day things they did. I'm just royally screwed. And the only thing I can do is move on now and try to get another job. And it has not been easy. It's been like more than a year and a half now of unemployment. And I feel like shit, and it sucks. And the reason I say this is because if I had the money, I would have taken a plane to go see my mom, to be able to hug my mama, and to give all of the pets, all the hugs, all the kisses to my childhood dog before she had to go. My one regret, just like my other dog, Odie, who had to be put down because he had a bleeding ulcer, there was nothing we could have done. And I tried. I did a stream forever ago. I'm talking, I think, before I even became a VTuber. To try to save his life. Tried to raise enough money. But I only streamed to Twitch at the time. And I didn't even make anywhere near enough money. And that caused me to not be able to say goodbye to him properly. Because I blamed myself for not being good enough to be able to help him. His death is what struck me to move out and live on my own and seek a job far away, because I was given an opportunity, but I had to go outside my comfort zone. Because he was my best friend. He was my brother. And I let him down. And in the end, all I could do was watch my mom cry And I couldn't even say goodbye to him properly. Not a pet, not a hug. I just sat in the back and just held on to my tears. That's one of my biggest regrets. That's gonna come to me all the way to the grave. Until the day I can see him. When I'm dead. I'm gonna bury myself. Like, when I die, I'm gonna have dog treats. Probably cat treats as well, because I have a cat, and I know one day she's not gonna be around anymore. I want to be buried with those toys and treats. So I could take them with me to go see them. Is that realistic? No. But that's what I want to do. And if I had that money, I could have been able to pet her, to give her kisses, to give her all the love. Because I feel like she didn't see me. She loves me. She's always happy to see me when I pop in. And I think when she was dying, probably wondered where the fuck I was. I'm all the way across states. I'm across the US. Devil knows. I would have shown the fuck up. Devil knows I would have shown the fuck up. Given that opportunity. People take for granted the money that they are given. They buy luxury cars. They buy fucking fancy shit all the time. They live extravagant lives. I just want to see my family. I want to hold, like, my pets. I want to hug my mom. I want to hug my dad. I want to give my brother a noogie and give him a hug. I want to see my cousins. I want to see my family. While I still have time on this earth. Arigatou gozaimasu. Sticker Doodle Dude for joining the Shakuza. Thank you. That's one of my goals in becoming a content creator. The money that I would be getting from this would pay for bills to help my roommates while we still live, and to be able to afford going on trips so that I can go see my mom. And my dad and all my family. Because that's all I ever wanted in life, is to be able to see them whenever I want. CT43, thank you so much for following on the Tiki-Taki side. Thank you. That's one of the biggest things I've always wanted from being a content creator. Was that money would be used to make not only my life better, but my family's life better. My friends' life better. One of my roommates wants to be able to build his own home. And if I had the money, and I made like Asmongold level amounts of money, or like Charlie, you know, like Moist Critical levels of money, I would fund his ability to make his own home. First and foremost. That's the type of shit that I would do. I'd probably have a home myself to live in, so that I can scream all I want without having to worry about my next door neighbors being pissed the fuck off. And, well, just live very moderate. And just... I don't need fucking Rolexes. I don't need fancy cars. I don't need none of that shit. I don't want that shit. If I got a car, it's gonna be like an old school... Like, do you know those, like... Do you remember that old school car? Like, that old school mom van? That had, like, a TV in it? And had, like, Wi-Fi built into it? I want one of them cars. I want, like, a car that has alternate utility. I want that motherfucking car. I would love that fucking car. I don't need nothing fucking fancy. I just want a car that functions and drives me to place. It might be fun to have in case I ever have kids. I actually... Well, I'll talk about... Maybe I'll talk about that one day. But you get my point. You know, like having like a big family that I'd spend time with. I would want a 1972 SS Malibu Chevrolet. Sorry, I'm dyslexic. Sometimes I feel like I fuck everything up. That'd be pretty nice. I mean, having a nice old school car is cool too. You know, I think old school cars are really nice too. But I don't need nothing fucking fancy. Like, at all. I think the only fancy thing that I would ever get is, like, a good fucking supercomputer. Like, a good computer that can run everything. And I'd still keep this computer, because I love this computer. This is my baby. And I need to get parts and fix her up. But I would want another computer that I could do a bunch of stuff with. For better streaming purposes, for better quality. And that's probably all I would do for that money that would be expensive, quote-unquote, was to improve stream. You know? Like VR. Like full-body VR would be fun. And stuff like that. I think those are probably the things that I would spend that money on, realistically. That would be, quote-unquote, expensive. But overall, I just want to see my family. I want to provide better content for people. And I just want to stream because it's my passion. I love making content. I mean, you guys saw what I made, right? Like, if you're new and you haven't seen it yet, I spent hours before stream making this. Like, this transition, like, scene transitioning that's supposed to be reminiscent of, like, old school anime. Like, those things that play during an ad and then would play an ad in the middle of it. It would be, like, big thing with, like, an image. And then it would go to and then it would play an ad, and then it would go into the next thing, and then it would go back to the show. Which I'll show. And also to show the stuff. That's my new starting soon screen that I made with like a nice program that I got, which helped me improve my thumbnail making and all that stuff. And that's my BRB page, by the way. That's my actual full, like, when I'll be right back thing. Which is my assistant character I made up for my lore. She's a dragon called Life Draconia. And she was once a powerful dragon that I beat the shit out of. Because she's like, you're not strong enough to be Satan. And then I beat the shit out of her, and she's like, wow, you're really strong. And thus, you know, she became my assistant. But she's also very energetic and can be very annoying. Yeah, she annoys the shit out of me. She's my assistant, but also, like, absolutely goddamn spack annoying. It's like doing all sorts of goofy-ass things. And I love this little image. I spent so much time on this, and I really love it. And I also have one more, but that's for when I end stream. Which we will be ending stream pretty soon. want to talk a little bit more. Like, I didn't even realize how much time has passed. Yeah, it's been like 4 hours, almost 5 hours. I've been streaming for like a really long amount of time. And so I just want to talk a little bit. Very small amount left over. And what I want to talk about is just it really is just I got into content creation because I had a genuine passion for it. I love it. And like I said, the two things, like I already mentioned, like the two things. I want to be, you know, like obviously the guiding beacon, you know, for other people because that's what I was given, and to see my family. But the third reason is I want to meet new people and make new friends and genuine connections. I want to experience things. I tried applying to VTuber companies and failed. It put a lot of doubt in my head. You know, maybe I'm not good enough, but I still strive to this day, even until the day I die. I will always, or until you can't really stream no more and it's just not a thing. I will always do content creation in some capacity because I have a genuine passion for it. And I love it with all of my heart. And I want to meet new people, experience the world, experience things. Give some people something. You know? I want people to also experience things, you know? And of course, there are times where people have asked me, like, can I collaborate? And it's just like, I also still have to also keep my bearings and my dukes up too, you know what I mean? There are sometimes I just get a little worried. And so, I gotta break out of my comfort zone myself. But also, I do too have criteria for, like, stuff. It's nothing too crazy, it's literally just be an adult. That's like the biggest one is be an adult. Thank you. Please and thank you. I don't just play games with just anybody. Because, again, sometimes you have to be cautious. You never know what can go on. Sometimes you might. Somebody looking to do bad things. You might have somebody who's just trying to leech, or maybe they're just generally just want to play games because they think you're chill. Who knows? But you gotta keep your dukes up at all times because it's the internet, unfortunately. Do I wish that had to be the case? Obviously not. I do not. But everybody's gotta have their dukes up. You never know when somebody's gonna go for that fucking right hook right into your jaw and knock you clean the fuck out. So, whoops. So, I just wanted to say all those things, just because I feel like, again, when I talk, I'm genuine. I fuck up. I've said some stupid shit. Dude, back in the day, you know, I used to say some pretty heinous shit. Sometimes, those old gamer lingos come out of my voice when I get really pissed off, but I always tried definitely not to do that anymore. Everybody does it. We all have those moments where we just are unfiltered as fuck. And what I mean by that, and what all this stuff, is that you make mistakes, you relapse, you say things, you do things. It's just, what is the intention behind it? It's why a lot of times when somebody says, like, something to me, like, they call me, like, the Australian word for a cigarette, it's the intention behind the word, not the word for me. Like, if it's just, like, a gay guy, right? And he says that to me, and he's, like, being all nonchalant, it's that intention that makes it unoffensive. But if it's some old man who sees me and then says that to me in a provocative tone, it's the intention behind the word. Words only have power when you give it to them. Sometimes there are words that we just shouldn't say, obviously. But also, again, power behind those words. And how much you give it to them. And they only say that as another thing I wanted to mention, because there are so many times on the internet that I see somebody say something that isn't even that bad. Or, why do you care so much? And then they get canceled for it. To this day, you know PewDiePie dropping the N-bomb on the bridge, the bridge incident? There are people out there that basically say that PewDiePie is racist because why does he have that in his vocabulary? That's how I know you have never watched PewDiePie in your entire fucking life. Dude, I watched him when he played Call of Duty. Where do you think he got that from? It's the fucking internet. I'm pretty sure he didn't mean to say that. It slipped the fuck out. When you're so deep down and you're trying to say something, sometimes the most heinous shit comes out instead. It's happened. Dude, my own roommate, to me, and to another ex-friend at the time, while we were playing games, he got so mad at a game, he dropped the Australian word for cigarette slur just out into the gate. Okay? And we were all like, whoa! 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 He was like, oh my god, I didn't mean to do that. I don't know where that came from. And I said, man, I don't give a fuck. Who cares? It's just a fucking word. You didn't mean anything by it. Yeah, sure, you were using it in a provocative tone, but it was to the air, essentially. You weren't trying to cause harm to a person or ridicule a person. You were just doing it because you were mad, and it's classified as an insult. It's classified as a derogatory term. Thus, when you're mad, you use whatever comes out of the gate. I ain't gonna lie, I used to say the N-word all the time. I used to live in the ghetto. I mean, you could probably hear in my own tone of voice, the way that I fucking talk, that I, like, have, like, a particular way of talking. I used to. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sugarcoat that. Dude, I used to. Hell, I bet part of me, there's probably incidences where I got so mad I probably did do a PewDiePie when I was playing video games. I probably don't, I try not to do that on stream if I've ever done it. I don't remember. I usually black the fuck out when I'm too angry, but that's usually when I'm so unnaturally angry. You know? And I try not to do that because I understand why. Like, I'm not stupid. I don't do it. And no, it's not the one with the R in it. That one is uncalled for. No. No. I lived in the ghetto for most of my life. I went to a school where, like, 90% of the kids in school were black, and the other 10% were Latino. There was no filter in that school. It was gonna happen. Everybody talked. Everybody did it. No one gave a fuck anyways either. Everybody was dropping M-bombs and fucking Hispanic slurs. Everybody was doing it. No one gave a fuck. Because no one was trying to hurt anybody. We're all just dicking around and just part of our own natural vocabulary. As I grew up and became an adult, I tried to expunge that shit from my vocabulary. You know what I mean? Because it's just, at this point, it's just like, whatever. People have become desensitized and just soft. And so I get it. So, you know, removing that shit from your vocabulary makes a lot of fucking sense. As you get older, you become more mature. You start to realize things. You don't need to say those words. You don't need to filter your words with fucking, and shit anymore. You can actually talk and think ahead of time. You don't need to, like, add any other suffixes and other things to, like, figure out. Like, something, you know what I mean? Usually, I'll just say, like, my favorite one is Heavenly Father. He used to, he supplements the N-word with gamer, and that is my favorite thing. He calls people gamer, and I love that. I'm stealing that. I'm gonna start calling everybody gamer. I'm like, what's up, gamer? Because it's such a PG fucking, like, thing. It's awesome, too. It's like, yo, what's up, gamer? How you doing? It sounds nice, too. I like that. I'm gonna keep that. Oh. Anyways. That's another thing I wanted to talk about, because recently I saw a bunch of shit about that. People were just getting offended by a bunch of stupid shit again. That was just kind of on my mind. I was like, why the fuck do you care so much? It's a word. It's like when somebody doesn't use my pronouns, quote unquote, like, you know, the she, her thing, and they just use him or he. I don't care. It's a word. I tell people all the time, I just don't care, because I know what I am. I know who I am, and that's all that matters. So if they don't get it, that's fine. I say that all the fucking time. I sometimes get annoyed, like, when I have to keep explaining myself over and over again when people keep asking me, are you a femboy? I'm like, no. I'm not. But I know you wouldn't know that. Just sometimes I just hate explaining myself over and over again. I'm just in a bad mood already. But I don't mean anything by it, because it doesn't personally affect me. Would I prefer people using the proper pronouns? Yes. What if they hit you with, like... I don't know. They hit me, that's a punch. Then I'll punch you back. I don't punch until you punch first. After that, it's free game. But overall, a lot of things I just wanted to talk about today were just some stuff. We kind of just started sidetracking. I was just playing the game, and then I just started sidetracking about all this conversation and stuff. So, I mean, I enjoy talking. It's gonna happen. I yap, and I yap, and I yap, and I'll continue to yap forever and ever and ever. But I hope that one day I can be one of those streamers that I can sit down every day and come here and do what I do. I hope that one day that'll be the case. I hope that I can make so many new friends and meet so many new people and hang out with lots of new people. Make genuine connections. I'd love to hang out with so many different types of people. VTubers, flesh tubers, all the likes. And I hope that I can make genuine connections with them. I hope that I can help people's days get better. I hope that one day I'll be able to see my mom whenever I truly, truly wanted, or my dad, or my brother. I hope that one day I can see all of them again. And if not, and I can't make that dream come true, and that I was destined for mediocrity, and I was destined to fall into obscurity, I'm going to enjoy every second of the ride until the day I die. Because even if I am not destined for greatness, quote-unquote, and destined to play the back role, I'll play my part with pride and happiness. Tinge of sadness, and wondering what could have been. But I'll always still be around to hang out. Always. And I won't be going anywhere unless, for some reason, if I ever graduate, it's one of two things. I was forced to because I have no other choice, or B, I got into a, potentially maybe I got into a VTuber company, but can't say legally because that would be bad. But you get my point. Whenever it ever happens, it's because of usually one of those two reasons. So, for now, it's time for us to go. Which means I get to show off the one thing I worked on. It's super cringe, by the way. It is so damn cringe. Incoming cringe. All of the cringe is incoming. It's time to show the ending card. I hope it played properly, dude. Oh no, it played way too early. It played so early. Oh no. Wait. Oh no, it played too early. That's so good, though. I gotta probably time that properly. That's funny. Okay. Here it is. I just like how it started on the guy dead in the car, by the way. Fuck's sake.